Just like Wimbledon in slow motion. Up we go. Where is it, Ernie? Is it online? It could be very good. Very nicely done.
Playing alongside
Zach Johnson.
Man who started the great race, 65 in the opening round, 66 yesterday, went absent without leave in the second round, 74. But both these players still have a chance.
Very quick rhythm. May have pulled that a bit. And it's going to still lucky. Got away with it. Two great ladies events coming up that you may fancy. The Ladies British Masters. That's been played at the Buckinghamshire Golf Club, 16th to the 18th of August. Now that's a lovely course just on the west side of London, about 15-20 miles out, just off the M4. And the Rico Women's British Open Championship, BBC will be there. Hoylake in September after the Olympics are finished. Nice to be back at Hoylake with the cream of the ladies' golf.
Of course, Ernie. Nobody's hit more greens than Ernie Els in regulation. 43 so far. We'll go to Kuchar. He's reached the fourth hole.
Greens are still pretty soft. One or two firm areas, but it's Steve Stricker. Birdie at the 11th. Run, 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 run. It is. It surely is.
Third birdie today. Back to level par. Bubba. A little bit unlucky to topple over here. Full swing for that distance. Tricky one to come.
David Clark contacts me from the Blackpool North Shore, reminding me Centenary Club book, but we had a match at 63. Interested, of course, I've had a Duke of Edinburgh, an email from David Cox, the captain of Himley Hall. I remember playing in the West Midlands, and they brought a bit of a delve here. I remember Overcast met a few local players. Bob Charles won. Peter Baker, North Shore, Blackpool. Nice course.
So much is going to depend on how well Tiger putts today. Of course, that's a truism. Obviously, it's going to apply to everyone. But if he's really to make a challenge, he's got to be making those. So often, Jack Nicklaus, who had so many second and third places, as well as 18 wins in major championships, would just play a little bit cautiously on the back nine on Sunday. It would depend a bit who he's up against, but he'd look around and think, well, if they haven't done it before, I'll just linger. I won't do anything too aggressive and let them come back to me. I'm not sure whether Tiger can afford to do that today. Time will tell. First green. David Howell is following this group.
I hope so, Peter. It's an enticing prospect for these two players, and I would say perfect conditions if you're 6 behind. There's enough wind to make it tricky, but not so much that a 65 or 6 isn't possible. And Zach will have been delighted to see his ball just on the fringe of the green. He can get the putter on it. It's exactly what he wanted on this first hole.
A wee bit shy.
helter-skelter, anything?
No, nothing. No, there's no rides. Ghost train once. Kucha. And the fourth for birdie needs to go to 4 under. No. I'd like to thank Paddy Malloy for his very interesting letter and information regarding about the club, one of the long-term members of Royal Lytham St Annes. Thank you, Paddy. Very interesting.
Let's go to the 5th and Donald. All pars so far.
That's better. Oh, no, I thought he'd rammed one in there. If you hear chuckling in the background, that'll be Mr. Brown, who sees the funny side of life as Els puts. And he's not hit it, has he? Oh, Ernie. That would have been a lovely start.
Just needs that putter to heat up if he's to have any chance. As we mentioned, more greens in regulation than anyone. A few putts as well. Playing alongside Zach Johnson, that was recorded. This is Johnson for his par.
2 threes, got in different ways. He's almost been written off. I find it most extraordinary. I didn't personally understand the way he played yesterday, irons off the tee. He'll have to, I feel, he'll have to do something different today. Otherwise he'll be too far behind, but to rule this fellow out would be foolish. But here's a man who's a little bit shaky yesterday, but finished well. Snedeker, how will he do?
Well, the great thing is that having really started to fall apart in the middle of his round, he battled back well at the end, so do not write him off, and certainly don't write Adam Scott off. You won't want to see too many of those. He was always a bit of a streaky putter with a regular putter. I remember him winning in Qatar, the Qatar Masters, and he putted absolutely brilliantly with a regular putter. Just destroyed the field, sunk putts from all over the place. And he's become pretty good with his broom handle. It's the Dormy house behind the practice putting green. Lovely place to stay there. And he on the second.
Knee bend, gets him ready. Looking down the left. 320 yards to a couple of bunkers down the left, though. But there's other things down there. Into the crowd he goes.
Maybe okay, maybe on the path. And they're just settling around the first tee, waiting for Tiger. Penultimate game.
This is game number 41. On the tee from USA, Tiger Woods.
See how far he's teed up on the left-hand side. You're allowed to stand outside the markers, but the ball has to be inside and not ahead. Steady, he's gone. I was watching him on the practice ground, and he was hitting the ball beautifully and just clipping the grass. Very shallow divots. The ball was flying beautifully, and his very first shot,
On
he
the
had a
tee
huge
from
divot.
USA, Snedeker.
PGA Tour. Once from 7 behind, once from 6 behind, once from 5 behind. And he starts here 4 shots behind.
Just get a good picture. Yeah, I do. Get there, right? Yes. Absolutely right. Okay.
That's okay. Then there was one puddle left. I'm delighted to hear that the old Bedfordshire Golf Club is being resurrected. It's been there since 1895. It was the home of Henry Longhurst for years. Now called the Ouse Valley Golf Club. It nearly went into extinction, but I'm delighted you're getting back in the swing. A nice course, or will be again.
So only 2 remain, McDowell and Scott. You see McDowell there having a chat with a great psychologist.
Well, one can only guess how he's feeling, but there must be an element of nervousness as he prepares. They always say a few nerves are good. You've got to be up for it. And you can guarantee he'll be up for it. A chance to win the 141st Open Championship. The 11th being played here at Royal Lytham. Looking to follow in the footsteps of Bobby Jones, who won here in 1926. Bobby Locke in 52, the great South African. Peter Thompson, 5-time winner of the Open Champions. Bob Charles, Sir Bob Charles in 1963. Of course, Tony Jacklin won it in 1969. Gary Player in 74. Semi Ballesteros with him won it back-to-back in 1979 and 1988. When I say back-to-back at Lytham. Tom Lehman was the champion in very dry and burnt and fast conditions in 1996. David Duval won it last time in 2001. Ernie finished 3rd to him then, and he was runner-up to Tom Lehman in 96. He loves this place, and he's got lucky here. Yeah, he's not too happy with it. Go on, skip up. Soft landing. Medill is following Tiger.
Very, very nicely done. And he would certainly have been thinking that he could have held that. Nice 3, safely gathered for Tiger on the first.
Nice, comfortable start for the Tiger. Needs to get out in 30, I feel. The inward 9 are going to be formidable.
Snedeker in the first couple of rounds hold everything.
Well, nothing really went for Snedeker yesterday, but he hung in with great resilience. And in fact, he closed out his round yesterday with 5 single putts.
And further back, Adam Scott just about ready to go. But up on the green, Snedeker for his 2. Hasn't hit it.
Just meeting all the folks who are going to go around with him. The lads there to rake the bunkers, a scorer, referee, supporters, ice cream man. Now then, Snedeker for a par. Rattled that in. They'll both get threes, and off they go in the final pair. Get ready for their tee shots.
And Louis Oosthuizen. Par so far for the 2010 champion. Birdie now. Moves to 3 under.
Yes, Ernie just coming up short of this green from the rough. He's chosen to choose one of his 3 wedges just to play a little chip and run here. Can't afford to give a single inch today if he's going to win this championship.
And he'll test his shot stick again. Not just that win in 2002, but lost that playoff to Todd Hamilton. 38 rounds under 70 at an Open Championship. Sneaked him ahead of Nicholas.
Well, watching Tiger on the range there earlier this afternoon, he hit 90% of his long shots with a golf glove tucked underneath his right armpit. Didn't look terribly comfortable with it either, I have to say, but practicing shaping the ball. He's going to try and hit this one down the left and cut it back.
He hurled himself at that. Got away with it. Oh, just missed the big trouble.
Right between them there.
The final group wait for the Robson call. Great chance for Graham McDowell. Was hot finishing his round yesterday. Birdied 3 of the last 6 holes. Had a couple of early drops at the second and the 5th, but was out in level par 34 and then back in 33 for his 67.
A round under 70 so far from McDowell. 67, 69, 67. And for the second consecutive major in the final group on the final day, was there in the US Open, and is here and ready to be introduced by Ivor Robson again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the 141st Open Championship. On the tee from Northern Ireland, Graham McDowell.
Looking for a nice clean hit to the middle of the green and watching all the way around will be Phil Park.
Yes, I watched him yesterday, and tremendous support from the crowd when he walked onto the first tee. He'll have that all day today.
Just mutterings and murmurings and down. Skips through.
Well, we've seen 1 or 2 over there,
On
and
the
it's
tee
not
from
a...
Australia, Adam Scott.
How's our leader?
4-shot lead for Adam Scott. But on a golf course like this, you can't afford to make any mistakes. Important for him to get off to a really steady start.
That's more like, oh, it skipped and it'll go through the down. Yes, down in Tiger Country. That was a good clean hit, and off they go. The final pair.
Stevie Williams, of course.
Sorry?
Alongside Stevie Williams, and I wonder just how important that might be to have a man who's been there and done it alongside someone else so many times.
Oh, tremendous advantage. He's excellent caddy. We mentioned Peter Lees. Was he the longest serving pro? Evidently no. Tony Backus from Werneth Low, Hyde, Cheshire, since '66. Well done, gentlemen.
It's the next one.
Great excitement in Ireland. Conor McNamara's his father celebrating his 100th birthday today.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Enjoy.
There's 50 of them watching.
Well, you can see here how far above the ball Tiger's feet are going to be. Not the easiest stance for a thrice operated on knee. It's all about balance here. This is a 5-iron. The ball is definitely going to cut, but the wind's right to left, so it should hold its line, or at least that's what Tiger will be hoping.
Looks like he's overdone it.
Took a 3-wood off the tee, and somehow he either slightly mishit it or misjudged it. It was
I think he just cut it up a little,
Yeah.
Ken, and it didn't turn over. He hits that 3-wood with a nice draw, and if he held it up, he lost a lot of yardage and got caught up in those 2 bunkers.
either that or he was a little bit frightened to use his driver.
Oh, he's going to have to get it out somewhere.
Yeah.
He's probably get a 6T. He's going to need it today. Be interesting.
90.
Perfect position for Snedeker.
Well, his last couple of wins, Ken, he's been shooting, at 64 on the last day. Shot 64 at Hilton Head. I think that was 2 years ago, and then earlier this year was the Carl Stanley collapse up the 18. He's still on 18T, in fact, 4 behind. Ends up getting in the playoff and wins the playoff. Fortunately, winning the playoff because he hit the TV tower over the back of the 16th green. There's a close-up of Tiger forcing one. So it's interesting. He held up. That's a tough shot to get out of your way. Now that's interesting. Maybe caught it a fraction fat. That's why it just rotated and hooked a smidgen more than he was looking for.
Decent lie for McDowell.
Very nicely done. Greens firming up a little bit and drying out, a bit more bounce as the pitches are landing on the greens. Stricker. Back to level par. This is at the 13th. Another one finds the bottom of the cup.
He's a bit of an Iron Man, really, isn't he? And he played in America last week. He was defending his tournament. He's won 3 times, and they all jump on a private plane put on by the tournament. Get them all here. He didn't want that extra 2 feet of roll. So just like yesterday, Adam got up and down from the front right-hand bunker, made a really good 8-footer for a par, and that's closer to 6 feet, I would have thought, than anything else.
Second shot, Snedeker to the second.
Come on, yeah!
Sit down. Just starting to see the greens firm up a touch and roll out, so gonna have to be a little more careful with the irons into the greens.
You're right, got to start calculating the bounce now.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, Nick. The key to starting a final round in a major chasing, what's your goal?
Well, these guys have got a good run at things. I mean, they know they've got to go forward. They've got to play as well as they can, and and play as aggressively as they can. I mean, the golf course is still very playable. It's, I wouldn't say soft, but at least you know wherever you hit it, it's going to stay. This is an important moment. And hello. Didn't need that. Didn't need that. That's just a weak spend of a stroke.
Well, it'll be a very quick wake-up call, that's for sure.
Looks like it's got a big chunk of sand on the back of that ball as well. Yeah, there is a little bit of sand. Whether that will explode off with the shot. Oh, we had to give it a full welly. Oh, what a great goal shot. What a recovery.
What's a big difference you see in him? I mean, some things he does very well still. His putter's a little more bulky, but what's the big difference?
I think the big difference is self-belief. He hits some shots on the golf course now that really do upset the whole of his, you know, emotions and everything, and confidence. He came out of Augusta National, hit 2 snap hooks on 1 and 2, and that was his week done. Then by the time he gets to Muirfield Village, he's played fantastic. But the bottom line is he's fragile. I think that'd be the right word. If he hits a couple of bad ones, he thinks about it.
Getting back to like everyone else then.
Yeah, exactly. He's El Norm, just like well, once we've seen a few too many go left and right, we all got affected. But in the past, nothing like that affected Tiger.
Bit of good fortune for Ernie at the 3rd. He's dodged past that bunker.
Trying to chase that one in. And sure did. Oh, just hang on. You can hear the gallery murmuring. They know what's going to happen. Just hangs off the edge. That's a good shot from there.
Well, it was a sort of crowd-trodden little area coming to. Never easy just to fit him on the green, got him to the hole side, so well played.
Well, Graham McDowell just 3 shots behind right now. 260 to carry the bunkers on the right, out of bounds all the way down the right. Wind off the right.
Should be right.
Oh,
where's that bunker?
Straight in the bunker.
The wind is off the right and into. You've got to flush. It's 260 yards to take him out.
I commented to Wayne earlier. The range is sheltered. You got trees. You got a massive grandstand. You're hitting them slightly downwind from right to left, and then you get on the golf course, and you get full fresh wind right on either on the side or on your face or whatever. So this is actually the start of the golf course when they don't feel it on the first tee. So they feel it a little more on 2 and then a little more on 3, and by the time they get on top of the 4th tee, then they know what about it. Just by the determination on the face, that was striked beautifully down the fairway. They were doing good after the sloppy bogey at 1.
The railway line all the way down the right side, out of bounds. Wind today blowing into off the right side. What a demanding par 4 this one, with a tee back 43 yards, 481 yards back into the breeze. These are the bunkers that are hard to carry today. With a 3-wood, you've really got to nail it to clamber over those at 260. You play between the 2 traps. Ideally, if you can just favour the right side nearer the out of bounds, it does give you a better entry. But today the pin in a fairly generous spot. 23 on, 5 from the left. Sorry, 28 on, 5 from the right. We're underway. Final day of the Open. There's nothing quite like it. Will your nerves hang in there?
Tiger normally wears a solid red shirt on Sunday, so this is very significant for me, the little stripe patterns, mainly because he's chasing. You know, what do you think, Ken? Trying to make up shots rather than lead.
He's got his tiger stripes on.
Yeah.
Well, Zach's come up some 50 feet short here on the third with a 7-iron from 189 yards, and it's not left a very easy putt, I have to say. There's a little hog's back about 15 feet short of the hole, and he's just got to judge the line perfectly. Otherwise, this ball's going to career one side or the other.
Wow, that went back up and not the upslope behind the hole and in and over that. So it was a look at that. You can see it rising up. So that was a real crush on that one.
Woods out with the iron. Similar strategies to the second, but the carry over the bunker's just 240 yards on the right this time.
Shot, Tiger!
Chasing
McDowell, after we saw his tee shot disappear into that fairway bunker, and as just about every fairway bunker here, there's a penalty shot.
Very nice shot.
That Tiger's ball next to work for Tiger's further on. That went quite high. So I didn't really get an awful lot of help out of those iron shots into the slight breeze.
Yeah. But I mean, there's more right of it, short of it, so you want to be in there just sort of just right of it on the bottom corner of the stand and let the wind knock it in. Not good solid one of them.
Yeah, the players have to be really careful with this crosswind, whether you put a little bit of cut on it and it's not going to fly as far, it's going to stop quickly, and that's what Graham McDowell did with that tee shot. Of course, if you turn it over with the wind, it's going to carry further, and once it lands, it's going to take off. Now Graham for his third, 285 yards.
Wow.
Wind off the right.
Well, those two bunkers off the tee were 325 or so. I wonder why they didn't go aim at those and hit the little fade with the driver. Try to give it a little bit of extra width with the follow through, which usually means it goes slightly left or angle. That's fine. That's a good miss, but you'll have to chip that one in for a par.
Els, birdie chance at the third. Hasn't given many of those away today. And
coming back. Left it short at one, Ken, didn't he? Right in the jaws. That one the same. That's what Ernie's quote in the paper said. He's feeling good, feels something special might happen. It's 10 years on since Newfield.
Even cut shorts is always a sort of sign of a slight lack of confidence.
Well, a smidgen of tension as well. Just did the freedom in the shoulders to stand up and just let it go.
Second shot for Adam Scott.
Looks like he's rifled it at the flag. That's going to do his confidence the world of good. Two super shots. Which was a decent shot on one, but a poor failed to get up and down. So now he's strike two, and if he brushes that one in, that could get him back on cruise control.
Yeah, it's not like the bogey on the first was through a bad swing or anything.
No, I mean, but it's but you're still giving the shot away.
That's right.
I'd still be disappointed with myself doing as usual. That's a great two-putt. So plenty of guys still in contact.
Maureen, is the wind in the same direction, or is it just slightly changing? It's hard to tell.
It's pretty much straight right to left across the players. You know, Ken, it's going to be so interesting to see if Tiger changes this conservative game plan. I mean, let's face it, he's not interested in being second, and it's quite difficult to be a saber-toothed Tiger when you've got second shots of this length, 262 yards to go to a tough back left pin position. Birdies are hard to come by when you're coming in from this distance consistently.
Stay.
Who's going to get away with it? Oh, big time. Oh, or will it wander off? Oh, 260 yards. You take that, wouldn't you, guys? 18 feet.
That looked for all money like he was going to feed around to the hole and be quite close.
I was going to go. You're right. I thought he was going to head toward the flag, and then it looked like it was going to fall off the side of the green. So.
Snedeker, 3-iron. Just slightly right and ahead of Tiger. Slightly better look at the pin.
Hang in there. Hey. Hang in there. Hey. Come on, Tiger.
Don't be cruel. At least it's hopped into the thick stuff, doesn't get caught up against the cushion. Tricky from down there. Been quite a popular spot. Snedeker, world ranked 29, 31 years of age, from Nashville. A slightly up and down start for everybody, really. Only Louis Oosthuizen making any real headway. Nicholas Cole starts with that brilliant round of 65, out early. Scott leads by 3. 6 players have broken par so far today, so sub-par scores under 70. We've got to play some marvellous golf. Beautiful 67 from Ian Poulter.
Graham McDowell could not have missed this green in a better position. Nice lie, green to work with, back into the breeze.
Just needs to add one thing. Hold it for a 4. Oh, that's right. Wow, then you'd start to question. You know, I always believed taking the flag out of my chip shots, Ken, and then I fought that one with David Fairty, and then I saw some stats. Of course, they research everything, don't they? And they now say leaving the pin in gives you best odds on chipping in.
I think it's what it gives you the best psychological view of.
Absolutely.
And I was one to take it out. I love taking it out.
Yeah. Made you concentrate, didn't it?
I just figured then you were trying to hole it.
Yeah. You're not trying to bash it.
Very interesting afternoon. Only one player in the last 13 groups on the golf course are under par, and that's Louis Oosthuizen. So conditions, although good, are proving quite tough.
Well, this would be a real settler. Chasing your first major, drop one at the first.
Yeah, I quite agree with that, Ken.
Excellent. Brilliant second shot, I have to say. A ripping line.
There was 2 perfect golf shots, so he just wants to press that button and put that onto automatic.
Birdie number 16 of the week for Adam Scott.
Well, this has been a busy little basin down here on the left of the 3rd. One of the most difficult holes this week. Up and off the right for Snedeker.
Spoke to Grant Moyer this morning, who puts the pin positions out for the Open Championship for the RNA. He said the pins are a little easier. due to the fact they thought there was going to be some breeze. The greens are a little slower, so the pins are cut on slightly flatter spots.
Yeah, they single cut them, Ken, and didn't roll the greens, because sometimes when you roll the greens, you can add a foot to the speed. And just cut at 3.25 millimeters.
So he's giving the boys a chance.
Ernie's probably the only man in the field that could see the top of the flag once he'd addressed that shot. And he's done it very nicely indeed. 153 yards that was. Good birdie opportunity for him.
Rushing around the corner so he can get a glimpse of where the ball did finish.
Well, Tiger able to get a worm's eye view by crouching down off the green. I don't see a lot of movement in this one. This would be a fairly unlikely birdie. Not too many have been garnered here during the week.
I think Tiger was hoping that Snedeker's ball would get to the hole so he could just see what's going to happen those last 5 feet. Try a little short. I think a foot harder. Stayed on line.
He used to be able to seem to will things to happen, and now just...
Yeah, make things happen. And for a while, you know, last year, I was one of the comments I was making, Wayne, when anytime he was trying to make something happen, he really hit a poor golf shot, where in the past he'd obviously hit a career shot and hole a putt or whatever. Watch the speed of these arms. Wow. And just tweaking it, and it's going to get a big kick. Oh, that's fine.
Got to be close to the best swing in golf, Ken. Reminds me a bit of you, mate, the power he generates.
I used to get my power from my knees, though. He swung the club slightly different in the old days.
Graham McDowell's tee shot at the third. Bunkers right, bunkers left. Have to judge it, get it in between the two.
Well, his third hole is stroke 1 for the members, so it's a toughie.
Good save for Snedeker. Remains 4 back.
Stretch on the Achilles heel. Get up that hill. Now they feel the breeze for the first time. It's going to be hard left to right now. It's the shot, it's the breeze that Zach Johnson's facing. Familiar driving, follow through, very strong grip. He knows how to keep the ball down.
Looking at that pin, the wind is definitely slightly switching in angle.
Yeah, I was out toward the course early in the morning, Ken, and you know, it's 6. And in fact, that's the 6th green behind them there. 6 is going to be a tough drive. That'd be very interesting if Tiger goes with the Stinger 3. We're always going to finally dig deep into the bag for the driver. So after the first 3 holes with a nice subtle right to left wind, you got your first breeze over your shoulders. That's it.
Perfect. Tee shot down the right gives you a good view of the green and the pin today, which is cut towards the left of the putting surface. 392 yards, wind left to right, maybe fractionally helping. Positional tee shot, nearly every player's hit an iron off the tee. That new bunker at 296 was put in for this year's tournament. It's taken the driver out of players' hands, and the pin cut over this left trap. You've got about 8 yards to land it over the bunker.
in the fairway, but that second shot will be a little blind there for Snedeker.
Well, this coming down the green on the fourth, he doesn't need to bash it like he did at the last, and it's a bit of a misread.
Starting to look a little more like a,
Yeah, it is.
the links course as we know. It's still very green, but all the brown walkways and spectator funnels are appearing.
Right, Ernie, a real opportunity here. Little up the slope. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 now, yeah. So funny, I suppose, early in the season, he said, I'll probably go with the belly putter for a couple more weeks, then go back to the conventional one. Well, that hasn't happened.
That's a 4-iron for Adam Scott, second shot to the third.
Talking to it. Yeah, just lost it a little right, and
Came out soft.
That's a chasm there, Nick. That's one of the big ones.
And I'm just thinking, Ken, if you explode that one and go long, there's another bunker on the other side of that whole location. So,
But there's nothing wrong with 10 short of this flag either.
Yeah.
didn't like that strike.
238.
237 here.
237.
Yeah. Trying to finish it on the tower.
Kind of our pitch number.
Trying to finish it on the tower.
Well, still 237 yards left for Graham McDowell. Wind off the right. Of course, you've got a choice of trying to hold it. It's going to land soft if you allow it to go with the wind right to left. Once it hits the green, it's definitely going to release. It's just a preference, but I think it's a little bit easier to try and hold it up to get it to stop quickly. But from 237,
Yes.
do you want it to stop?
If you work it with the breeze, you gain about 15 yards. If you cut it into it, you lose about 10.
What was that
Right.
about? These are the easy holes with slightly downwind on the way out. Oh, that's a solid shot. Very good. Solid and safe.
Yes, Adam Scott's left himself one of those 35-40 yarders with a steep face bunker. Depends where his ball's finished in the trap.
Well, perfect positional play from Tiger over here on the right-hand side of the fairway. Snedeker a little further left. He will be completely blind for his second shot. 16 of the 18 holes have been altered since the last Open, and interestingly enough, this is one of the ones that has remained the same. The other one is the 12th.
There we go, as we pan back down the fairway. Tiger, great angle from the far right-hand side. Can't see much. You know, it's a priority. This shot is really get it hole high or fractionally past. That one out. That was when his little hold off fade. So that was a great shot, and barely be disappointed it a bit so quickly.
It's got a Zach Johnson on the 5th. Long hole today, 223. A bit of help from the breeze from the right-hand side as well. It's not that long.
Well, for Snedeker, it's the left staircase in the grandstand at the back of the green.
very easy to bail out the one when you know there's two bunkers on that left-hand side of the green as well. So you're not going to try and overturn it.
Peter's here again.
Yes, it's been an interesting last hour with the leaders going out.
Got this fifth hole at full stretch, Peter.
Yes,
back to the tee, back left.
Ernie's hit some nice shots, hasn't he, the first 2 or 3 holes? But
yeah, 3 out of 4 putts left short, though.
Tiger's had a nice couple of breaks. He started with 3 pars.
Well, there are just 13 players under par now, and Nicholas Colsaerts has got into the top 10 with his round of the day so far, 65, and I can't see anyone matching that if this wind continues to blow. Adam Scott dropping a shot at the first, but getting it straight back at the second.
Yeah, this is awkward for Adam Scott. Lie's not brilliant, had no problem getting it out, but 43 yards to the hole.
Yeah, careful, you got to just don't overdo it. Middle of the green and stops.
Well, he's giving McDowell a little bit of encouragement, and McDowell, on the other hand, is throwing it back at him. Woods and Seneca at par are actually sort of making progress. Zach Johnson also going steadily. Could be a bit of a charge at the end. It might be if Adam Scott keeps dropping the odd shot. This was a horrid shot. Very difficult indeed. And it was perhaps unlucky that it pitched and stopped as quickly as it did. Might have gone on 2 or 3 yards more.
Well, Adam Scott, I think, is going to get a little bit of help on the read here from McDowell's birdie attempt. Similar line. We'll come back there shortly. Ahead to the 4th.
Watch this for a brisk putting stroke. Really pops the ball off the face.
Well, nobody's managing to put a good rounds together. Or Colsaerts 65, a few 67s, only 7 scores under par, and nobody challenging the leaders. So if that trend continues, it'll be just down to who can hold a putt or who makes a mistake at the end of the match, the end of the game. Zach pitches up and on, and that's, you know, all struggling a bit.
Graham McDowell, one of the best putters in the business, and I think he's exceptionally good from this distance, and has this one for a birdie. Don't forget, Adam Scott is struggling on this hole.
You can just see Adam Scott's marker there. McDowell will be going left of that, but towards the end, Scott will study this with intent.
Go.
Well, yeah, that was in fact right on Adam Scott's line. Had to replace his ball. So we got a great read of the last 5 feet or so, how hard that's going to break from left to right.
Woods.
Yeah, big moment for Tiger. He might sense something is happening behind.
No. There's a time when those used to be rattled in with great regularity, and they may well do so again.
Yeah, this could be a big putt for Adam Scott. If he rolls this one in, feels like he's got away with one here on the 3rd.
He's seen a bit of the line, needs to hit it as well. So McDowell coming up short. It'll be a shot gone for Adam Scott. move back to 10 under par. Once again, his lead will be just 3 over Snedeker. So a couple of bogeys in the first 3 holes. Yes, that birdie at the second, but unsteady.
Well, it gets you thinking, and you get ahead of yourself, start worrying, or calm yourself down, chat with the caddy. We'll be all right, just concentrate, whatever they talk about. But not a good start.
So the gap between these two is once again 4 shots. McDowell started 7, Adam Scott 11. So they've just come back a little bit to the field.
Yeah, I have to say, there's been 6 putts this week that I actually hit in practice.
Snedeker cleaning up on 4. One of the things I love about his putting stroke, I chatted to him at Augusta, and he regards his grip pressure on a scale of 1 to 10, a 1. So absolutely holds it as light as possible, which is pretty tough to do. I wonder if he might have gone to a 2 today.
Tiger finishing off. Four behind. Four pars, good solid start.
So the final group on the 4th hole. McDowell out with a little hybrid again. Just got these bunkers, 257 down the left, and 296 on the right. He's not going to be worrying about.
Of course, we've got the wind from the opposite direction, pretty much straight left to right.
Off that bunker on the left, touch of movement with the wind.
Only for a birdie at the 5th. Ball hasn't been running at the hole really for Ernie today. Just got some good shots, but haven't gone in.
Adam Scott's tee shot now at the 4th.
Swing.
You have McDowell saying good swing there. Ended up in a seeded divot yesterday. No such problem. Side by side.
There's your yardage, 223. Flags nicely in the middle of the green. It's all about judging the bounce. This green's like a ripple of waves. Will it get the right slope? See, that landed on a down slope. Scuttles just off back edge. That's up a good slope. Putting back up that hill, that will be slow.
It's the man alone in 2nd place at the moment. 4 pars so far. Oh, is that a no?
Oh, hey, that's got to be going left, isn't it?
That might be nasty.
You're right, that might be up against the back lip, and with no stance, your feet might be out of the bunker.
Oosthuizen for a birdie. 7th hole. You think he might do something silly and wondrous and come in and they'll fall by the wayside? He's happened before.
Certainly did something silly on the 2nd at the Masters this year in the final round with his albatross.
Yeah, that was a joyous sight. Fantastic shot. And 4 under, he's 6 behind, but it really is one of those days where anything could happen. You've seen Poulter, Jimenez and Ogilvy shoot 67s. 65, the best of the day, of course, from Colsaerts has got him in under par. Stephen Alker level par after 12. New Zealander Vijay Singh has played 10 holes and had 10 pars so far. And about Mahari 1 over. Just dropped a shot at the 10th to go 1 over. KJ Choi finishing with a 71, tied 43rd, along with the likes of Richard Stoney and Francesco Molinari. Well, Molinari hasn't finished, he's got 1 to go. Harrington with 2 to go. Ross Fisher had an eagle at the 16th, having driven the green long birdie putt, eagle putt rather, for his 69 in the end. Talking of long putts for eagle, here's Thomas Aiken at the 7th. Oh, super touch. He had it bang on line too. Just a little bit more gunpowder and he might have made it. Adam Scott with Steve Williams on the bag, of course.
Adam Scott from 138 yards, wind off the left, hole position is left. Of course, these players have to make a decision whether they're going to hole it into the wind or allow the wind to drift it left to right. If you hole into the wind, it's going to stop quicker. Little draw.
No sight of the flag there, he just backed off. I wasn't sure which blade of grass he was aiming at on that mound. It's okay.
Oh, we were right. Horrible place. Did well. These really are Muirfield bunkers, Nicholas.
I agree. Yeah. So these steep, very steep, small faces on them, and you can see why Seve developed that special bunker stroke for where he really cup his wrists and get it steep on the backswing and scoop it out. He was the master of these.
Graham McDowell is so used to conditions like this, and he is a shot maker. And this golf course has got plenty of holes and go in different directions. You're going to have a lot of different types of shots, and Graham McDowell can certainly handle any situation.
So he, like Scott, no sight of the pin.
Yeah, of course, they won't have the confidence of, we get the wind arrow to show the exact direction. These guys are kind of guessing, and if you knew it was definitely into, you would absolutely definitely turn it over and try and hook it back into that whole location. Good shot, right over the flag.
And had that fierce stop on it. That's a wonderful result. He doesn't know how wonderful it is yet, and won't for another 100 yards or so. But he knows it's on the green.
The way we were talking about this wind coming, it was almost as if it was going to be Armageddon, but it's not too bad at all. I see it ruffling away at Tiger's shirt as he putts from the back of the 5th.
Yeah, healthy backswing, and the greens are nearly a foot slower today. And putting into the breeze or cross breeze will probably, the golf will probably be affected.
Zach Johnson in trouble, just punching it out. 6th hole. And misses the fairway, but should be okay. Ernie's missed the fairway as well.
Yeah, the 6 is the first real brute of the day. And back to the 5th green for a par. We'll get there. And about that. That's how you save your par.
Stays with him 3 of Adam Scott. And Tiger just to finish things off.
I agree completely. Yeah, Tiger, a little bit of huffing and puffing there. He's feeling it.
Well, Zach's had to lay up. He missed this fairway to the right, which was the one place he couldn't go. So he did the sensible thing and laid up. 103 yards.
Didn't look a particularly tasty lie, but he's got it on the green. Long par 4, this 6. Ernie saunters in.
Well, can he, after bogey, after no, it looks more like the par. So bogeys 1, birdies 2, bogeys 3. Back to the par road. He probably needs to settle down through 4, 5, and 6. Probably would take pars at 5 and 6, and then hopefully get another birdie on 7.
People saying that it's pointless bringing up his past majors record, except for the Masters last year, because he wasn't a good putter then. He's a good putter now.
Tiger's still sticking with the 3-wood. The driver stays in the bag. Beautifully done. Now can Ernie, simple chip, plenty of room, just a little stab over a poor lie. Oh, you had to work on about that. Oh! I mean, that made him think. You have to land at about a yard or 2 left to the bunker there.
Now then, McDowell.
Yeah, the wind's off the right, but this putt should still move a little bit left to right. Great support when he came onto this green. You forget the British player has a chance to win this, how the crowd tries so hard to get behind the player.
We know only by the groan and the body language it'll be a par. Stayed on that side. Four behind, plenty of support, of course, for Graham McDowell. The smile starts to turn to a bit of a grimace.
Well, those chances may be few and far between today, as the hole's edged by. Though he's not losing ground, but he's not picking up a lot of ground. So if Adam Scott can keep plodding on, a par or maybe even 1 over par might well do it for him. Because nobody's looking like doing a 65 the back end of the field.
Snedeker, by contrast, with the driver out. So Tiger firing that low 3-wood up the right-hand side.
Well, right.
All right is trouble.
Oh, boy.
Wide enough, I think, to get over there, as long as it didn't hit anyone. For Fenn, but I think he might have been the trampled down stuff.
Little wait at the 5th.
Let's go to Zach Johnson in the 6th. This for his par. back-to-back bogeys for Zach, and he'll slip back to 3 under par.
Bit difficult to get this ball to stop. 223 yards downwind. Right hole position. Of course, the wind's slightly off the right as well. So a little bit of danger this one for Graham McDowell.
Yeah, you could try and land this on just on the green, which is a little upslope, which would be ideal. That place now with that draw, it's got it. Oh, that was only a yard more to the left. It kicked off that bank. That would have been a completely different story. No, he went for it.
Just pitch it at the front. Yeah, even just short one should be all right.
Of course, with that extra power that Adam Scott has, can get the ball to land so much softer. Even having said that, it's still going to release quite a bit.
Got the little snippet of conversation there. Pitch it at the front, said Adam to Stevie Williams. Well, if that's the same line, that's further right than McDowell's.
Yeah, but it's not.
Well, not so.
Well, they were pretty decent shots with lousy results to them.
Bruce says now, but this for par on the 8th. Birdie the 4th and the 7th. He'll slip back to 3 under. Playing alongside Calcavecchia there, 1 under for the championship, 1 over today.
Now Big Ernie.
Well, driver for Ernie here, and it's down at the right. Very easily reachable, but this wind is pushing these golfers' balls towards the bunkers down the left. It's not an easy shot to find the fairway, I would fancy.
Won't reach from there, I can tell you. Zach Johnson bogeyed the last 2 holes.
Yes, and he could desperately do with a birdie on this par 5. It's the first genuine birdie chance of this round.
Well, Snedeker's just laid up short of the cross bunkers coming out of the right-hand rough, but no such thoughts for the Tiger. Pin in a narrow section of the green. Very hard to get close to in this cross breeze. 5 iron.
I'll stay straight. Lucky. Lucky.
Nope. Down, down, down.
1 yard. Yeah.
Well, maybe. Email from David Thornton asking for news of Dale Whitnell, a youngish English player to make the Open Cut. Well, he's had a 76 today and he finishes the championship at 8 over par, David. Very credible. That's the equivalent of 4 72s and a course as long as this and as difficult. Much credit to young Dale Whitnell.
What to do then for Tiger at the 6th? The walk up the 18th for smiling Padraig Harrington and Joost Luiten alongside him. Champion, of course, 2007 and 2008. And well, here's another Irishman of the Northern Irish variety in trouble.
Yeah, he's got a nice amount of green though. He should be able to flop this one out. It should release nicely to the hole. It's a good distance to the hole.
Is that slightly on a downslope, Phil?
It is, yeah, and that's why it's going to release. Enough green. Yeah, he landed that far too far, didn't he?
It's all a bit of a struggle, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, it's quite difficult to throw in a delicate bunker shot there when you downhill lie, downwind onto a downslope, yet you've got that lip looming in front of you, so you're always prone to give it a little extra thump, and it costs you a good, you know, maybe 10 feet or so of extra roll. So I think this one's actually okay, Phil. It's reasonably straightforward, plenty of room to work with.
Yeah, it should be definitely straightforward. Just the grass is slightly into him, so he's got to get good contact.
Just keep your eyes on the... Oh, hello, hello. Overplayed it. I was going to say, intentionally watching the divot. You know, even though I was just trying to brush the grass, keep my head down through impact. Looked like that. His head just came up a smidgen early.
Harrington at the 18th for a birdie, and no, just tails away to the left. What a magical couple of years he had. More than that, but those years he won the majors.
Yeah, time's flying, Peter, now. You know, when we get to the PGA Championships at Kiwa Island, that's going to be 3 full years now since Padraig's, you'd have to say, a significant win. Of course, he won in Malaysia a couple of years ago, but he'd certainly like to win on the European Tour or the American Tour.
Snedeker, pitch, the 6. Not going to make it. It's all a bit of a battle.
Yeah, tempos just change fractionally in their swings, and the strikes then get affected, and obviously the golf ball doesn't react how you intend it to react.
Well, guys, we've got a links golf course today. It's the first time all week we've had these conditions, and of course you get a hole over 220 yards downwind on links. It's not easy. Both these guys struggling. Graham McDowell now trying to save par.
Well, I thought their tee shots were decent, Phil. You know, just a yard or two left. Looked like they played the draw in there, and then it stopped drawing. Well, there's significant moments to brush in one of these 15-foot, and he does. And he sure is good at that distance. Well, another little moment if Adam misses this one. I bet G-Mac didn't think, you know, downhill line of bunkie, we could gain a shot on Adam Scott.
This is a big decision time for Tiger. He has scoured away to the left to see where he will play out if he's going sideways. It's a tremendous risk to go forward here.
Well, it's plugged as well, and so it's I think the way he's shaping up now, that's the only direction he can go in and have any great certainty of getting out. But first, Scott
has this one to stay at 10 under par.
Big putt, that was big. That's a settler. Ken Brown, Wayne Grady back in harness.
Yeah, because that's where I felt like it was when I said 7.
Well, spring in his step. Scott leads by 3. From Snedeker, McDowell 4 behind. Problems here for Tiger.
We haven't seen any plug this week because the bunkers have been so wet, Ken, haven't they? But this is what you would have normally expected to see in the face of these traps.
Oh my. Jeez. Like a Joe Frazier punch. Saving a little left. This is, you've got to be strong to get this up and out with any distance.
Now he's got to go sideways. Unless, or backwards, sideways, somewhere, but not towards the hole. This could be his Open Championship challenge.
Jeez.
I'd just like to ask Ian Pattinson, our RNA rules officials here. Ian, in the past, if the ball had come back and hit Tiger, it would have been a penalty. Have they changed that recently?
No, the penalty's changed, Wayne. It used to be a 2-stroke penalty. Now it's just 1.
Okay. Yes, he was. Thanks for that, Ian. Yes, very fortunate.
This is a real Seve effort. He used to do some wondrous things from odd spots. Position 47 here. This is a real odd one. It's so hard to get the club going fast enough.
He'll do it.
Well, it came out, but it was the old-fashioned way.
Well, he's had some knee problems in the past and may have aggravated something there, so we'll keep an eye on Tiger. But he's played 4.
He's probably cut his ball in half. It's hard to cut these modern balls. Just watch how the ball comes out. He thins it straight into the bank net. It can go anywhere from there. Unfortunately, it came out.
Back on the tee, McDowell. Wind off the right. Bunker on the left. First bunker on the left and another one down about 50 yards further on the right. That's short of it. In good position to be able to see sight the green from there.
Three wood for Adam Scott. Excellent tee shot. Flat. Just about. Maybe a slight downslope.
Well, on that first bunker attempt, he had discussed the angle of it with his caddy. He knew it was coming back into the bunker. He wanted to get a flat lie, though. Line on the putt, halfway between the flag and the caddy's feet.
First bunker shot. The ball's plugged, so he's trying to lay the face open. Actually, doesn't get anywhere near to coming out. And they're dancing out the way. Just missed his shirt cuff. Tiger's made no double bogeys this week so far.
Third shot, Ernie Els, the par 5, 7th. Very tricky pin position there to get the ball close with the shoulder off the right.
Peppy stroke, that ball is rolling perfectly. Reminds me a little bit of Manuel Pinero. He had a little sort of jabby stroke, but when he was on form, hold everything. So his card looks all pars, 7 under.
Player had very much a pop stroke too, didn't he?
Well, at best he's going to have a double, which will drop him to 4 under, 6 behind. So it will be more than interesting to see what decisions he takes on the 7th. Will the game plan that he's been trying to execute all week finally have to change?
Can you believe it? Caddy Joe LaCava, who used to caddy for many, many years for Fred Couples. Joe the Pro, we used to call him. hit his second shot, he said to himself, it's a yard short from being perfect. It's a treble bogey 7 on his card. Going to see a different Tiger. He's got to do something, got to put some birdies on the board.
Ernie now to get to 5 under.
Left a lot of putts short, and then of course you have a little dart at it and it drifts a yard but a little bit by, and you think, why did I do that? Frustration.
Almost pulled it off. That was so close to doing it, but
on these par 4s, this hybrid of Graham McDowell's getting plenty of use. 236 yards, wind off the right, anywhere on this green, and you're excited man. Challenging shot, this one.
Nice lie, and the green sort of lies across you. It's such a tight entrance.
You're right.
be right. And that was a bit cruel. Now we're going to have to wait and see. That could be up against the far face, the back face as well.
Used the driver here yesterday, out with the driver at the 7th. Par 5. Can you find the fairway?
Oh, Bobby lad! Come on, Tiger!
Probably be a 3-shotter unless he's got very lucky off the tee.
Wiggle, wiggle, tap, tap. Bang. Ooh, hang on. Is that going a touch left? Well, the lucky result would be into the crowd.
Scott's hit some wonderful high towering irons. Can you pull another one off? Needs a bit of lady luck. Out to level par, Wayne.
Not enough of those. I think he's stuck with it.
Ernie Els hanging on in there. All pars apart from the one drop shot at the second, but it's Adam Scott who's hanging in there too after 2 bogeys in the first 3 holes. Still 3 clear. Brandt Snedeker playing par golf. What about Tiger Woods? What a blow.
Up on the elevated tee of the 8th. Interesting to see how far down this fairway Ernie's going to try and propel his ball. He desperately needs some birdies.
Bank, the ball should come off there.
Ernie top 10 in the US Open just a month ago, 4 under at the moment, in 4th position.
Zach is going to take one of his rescue clubs, as far as I can tell. Games have a good birdie opportunity on 7, but I felt he could have reached the green with his second shot. Laid up very conservatively. He did give himself the good birdie chance, but he needs eagles at this stage, and that was one of the only chances, if not the only chance, of an eagle on this entire course.
Johnson got a very strong left-hand grip, i.e. the knuckles are pointed to the sky, and hits most shots with a draw.
Well, this is, yes, it's a little bit further to the green side than Tiger's was, so there's absolutely no chance of getting on the knees and getting to it. But Parky, any advice?
Pray. This is such an incredibly difficult position. If he does go for it, it will be the greatest shot that he's ever played in his life. He can't even stand to the ball properly. I question whether he will go at it. I don't think he can. He'll have to go either backwards to the left, or I can't see how he can possibly play this shot.
Well, we just had Tiger as Tiger up ahead.
Please. Come on, guys. No cameras.
Cameraman, just a little anticipating the hit they were.
Plenty of loft on that club, so it's par 5. He's just playing for position down the fairway. Hopes he can pitch and putt.
I'm not sure that was just a camera. I think it was a wee bit of knee reaction there. Just playing it down to his favourite layup zone.
Come on, Tiger! Come on, Tiger!
Well, Snedeker's ball was so far left in absolute jungle territory that he decided it wasn't even worth wading in there to look for it. His provisional has found a bunker. It's one of Lytham's shallower ones, but he still can't make the green from here, so it's going to be on in 5 at best.
He's just going to chip it back into the middle of the bunker. It would have been an easier shot from that bunker now than it would have been if he played it backwards and having to then fly the bunker.
Yeah, you're fine.
Snedeker just eyeing up this long shot. He's got 273 yards, so he's just plotting his way to the green with the next 2 blows.
Yeah, all right. Check.
Now Tiger's walking. He's got a bit of a hobble going. I'm not sure. It looks to be striding out.
Fourth shot now for McDowell coming up. You'd be interested to know, Parky, that what McDowell had for his 3rd shot was what Tiger's 2nd bunker shot. He bounced it around in the bunker there. This has proved quite something.
And this is actually quite straightforward in comparison to the other two. And having said that, they've still got 6 feet of bunker to get over, and then another 2 feet of lip.
Such a professional performance to do that. There's little chip in the bunker. Not easy either to get it in the centre of it, not plugging, but he hit it a little too far. Give yourself another unplayable one. Outstanding play from Graham McDowell. Two contrasting shots. Tiger took the gamble, it didn't pay off. You could see. Now this was a fantastic shot because he was playing a little splash shot. So he was popped in the air. It could so easily, if he'd hit it a little higher, just pop forward and buried again.
Should be straightforward for Adam Scott. Wow, that was not what I was expecting.
Well, did he skin it a little, Phil? Was a little shell in the bunkers, one or two shells in the sand.
Yet again, a good angle into the flag. 116 yards. It really is time to put the foot on the accelerator and see what's under the bonnet.
Just out of the light rough. Can he spin it enough? Because he's got a... No, he can't. And that's quite a devious pin today, way in the back right-hand side. Difficult to get at from the fairway, let alone the first rough.
What a hole this sixth hole has been all week. It was a par 5 until the players turned up, and all of a sudden it was a par 4, nearly 500 yards, and today's conditions really tough. Adam Scott to try and save par.
That'll be a bogey for Scott, dropped to 9 under par, 2 over for the day. Only 2 in front of Snedeker. The lead halved in just 6 holes. Mind you, might be a bit of a breather coming up. They're through a very difficult part of the golf course, the first 6.
Down does take the title. That would be one of his strokes of brilliance, to get down in 2 from that bunker, having got that awkward spot in it. Fantastic effort.
Second shot on 8 for Ernie. Flag right on the front, 9 on, 5 off the right-hand side. There's got to be careful. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I've got Saturday's pin sheet here. How will go?
You'd be fired as a caddy, Wayne.
There we go. Now I've got the right one. 23 on, 7 off the left. Good shot, Ernie.
Well, these par 5s in this course, Adam Scott has birdied all of them so far. In fact, yesterday he striped a driver down this 7th and flew an iron into the green. Hole that's running down the right side of your picture along the railway line is the 7th, and Tiger's on the green.
Little Dunsham run up the green. Tiger's hold a few of these in his time. Straight uphill.
That's the way to do it. Wrap it down the drain pipe.
Good call, man. Oh, that's a good way to come back. Double bogey on 6. Struggle down the 7th, but to chip it in, get to 4, 5 back.
McDowell back on the tee, wind helping off the right. 2 good ones he can get there.
Well, you certainly can't say this is dull. Down the step for Snedeker, 4-6.
All of a sudden, Scotty's got a 4-shot lead again. Just like that. Double bogey there for Snedeker. Big tee shot. Because if he gets this in the fairway, he can reach easily. second cut.
Ernie Els for birdie, and he did a lovely wedge shot in. He's just slid by. Difficult for these players at the moment. They're just not sure how this stands. Adam Scott out on his own in front. Still feasible that 6 under par could win this championship.
The interesting call from David Howell. It's felt all along that if the wind does blow, there could be not very many people under par at the end of the day. But it's not really humming at the moment, the wind that is. Not very many under par on the leaderboard. Louis Oosthuizen 1 under. Thomas Aiken and Matt Kuchar level par. Intriguing, it really is. You don't look away for a minute. What's happening down on the grass?
Roast potato!
I think that guy's just letting his mum know where he is. Still here, mum. Safely in the fairway. Good angle, second shot. This is how Tiger's hit his tee shots here on the first 3 rounds. So his strategy with the iron off the tee has been perfect so far.
The wind seems to have quartered round a little bit. It's absolutely whistling straight behind the players here. So the back 9 is going to be into the teeth of it.
Oh no, no. Big lip on that bunker, 7-8 feet. He seems to sort of trickle right underneath it, so he's probably just got to splash that out sideways if he can get a stance. See, right hand as if you go in the left hand bunkers at Lytham St Annes and they go up against the lip. You've got to play away from the fairway.
Yeah, just firming up these greens a little bit. We saw Ernie's ball running through the green there. It's just a wedge for these players.
Sure about this?
And it's a reasonably accessible pin position. You've just got to flirt with the front of the green though to get there.
Only 2 sub-70 rounds in the Open Championship before this week. Already had those 2. Today will be a different kettle of fish.
Left pin should suit a draw. Oh, it's had a hard bounce.
Yeah, all of a sudden there's something new into the equation, Ken, isn't there? With the greens firming up. Players have got to now work out a yardage to land the ball.
Phil, a couple of things. How's his ball lying and how far's he got?
And the extra loss is probably better you like on there.
He's got a fantastic, like, 282 yards remaining. And I know he's only got 9 in his hand, but he's got so much power this week that I'll be very surprised if he doesn't go for the green. This is a 4-iron. I think he is going for it. 280, 280. Crazy.
Oh, sit down.
If it bounces a little right, just like that. Oh, wow. Goodness me, to have that power. It's such a luxury.
Yes, calling to sit down from 280 with a 4-iron. It's quite amazing. Great shot and a perfect position. Quite a an easy pitch across the green.
Well, he's been grazing on these par fives all week.
Graham McDowell can get there also. 278 yards remaining, but coming from the left edge, he's got to be careful of those bunkers just front left of the screen. Trying to draw it in. Looks good from back here.
Wonderful shot. A little unlucky, just sat up on him a fraction, but two delicious wood shots.
.210 with a 7-iron. That shows you how strong the wind is.
Over the left trap.
He's just got the putter out, Ernie. It's not a particularly difficult two-putt. The wind is whipping across a little bit. Be very disappointed if he doesn't manage to make three here.
Well, Ernie's given himself a few chances on the front nine. Not close range, but 15, 18 footers.
For 2 birdies in a row. The big Kelk. Look at you. It's tie for 8th, Kelk. Turning back the clock.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Snedeker had a pig of a lie in that yawning left-hand bunker that's 250 yards out from the tee. Just popped it out to here, pitching wedge now.
Great distance, baby. Be good.
Same thing that happened to Snedeker yesterday. He went along all right for a while, and then when the wheels came off, they certainly came off well off. David Howell, you're feeling a little better, mate. You're under the weather earlier. Is this heat today
I
starting?
am, thanks, but I'll feel a little bit better if one of these players can roll a nice birdie putt in. Zach has got one of those here. It's really blowy out here now, and as he rolls it on its way, you just get the impression they know that the back nine is going to be playing so difficult that anything is possible still.
It might look as though Adam Scott's up against a fringe. He probably is, but having said that, he's got a clear angle of attack with his little chip shot, and the lie's not bad at all because he's so close to the hole. I expect him to get really close to this. Oh dear me, do you see that? The ball just rolled.
Oh, yeah, well, as long as he didn't cause that to move.
Well, he was at least 4 or 5 feet away, so I don't see how he could have. I think just the wind at the level of the ground, or something that's moved about 6 or 8 inches, isn't it?
It's interesting to remember at Wentworth when McDowell was going in looking for his ball, and he stepped to the branch, which is about 6 feet away, and it caused the ball to move.
My ball just rolled off down the hill. Yep. I was on my way back from looking at where I want to chip. It was just here, and the ball was here.
And you didn't get anywhere close to it with your club?
Not when it moved, no. Well, I had a couple of practice swings earlier, but then I walked up onto the green and came back.
Okay. Was it a long period of delay?
I would say. Yeah, it's probably at least 10 seconds.
Yeah. He wasn't near the ball. Yeah. And you hadn't grounded yourself.
No.
Spare breath on it.
It's okay.
A little replay of that. He has a couple of practice swings here, well away from the ball. Then he walks up have a little look at the lie of the land, and you can see very plainly the ball's on the edge of the fringe, on the light and the dark. He just gets there, and it sort of moves it under its own volition. He wasn't within 2 feet of it, really. But now can he get down in 2?
You know, they changed that rule about a year ago, just over a year ago, that if they hadn't changed the rule, it probably would have been a shot penalty. But because they did change it, obviously there's no penalty anymore.
Well, he hadn't addressed it, Phil. He'd only take a couple of practice swings, so he's done nothing at all, even in the under the old rules.
Right. I wasn't sure.
Well, you can be done, because at St Andrews once, my old caddy Jimmy Cousins and I was on a roll, and I banged he set the club down, and the vibration moves the ball.
Ian Pattinson, you want to clarify anything?
Yes. If you cause the ball to move, then that's a 1-stroke penalty. The rule used to be that if you moved something within 1 club length of the ball, and the ball moved, then there was a penalty. But that rule's been changed. It's been relaxed.
Let's just watch this. Oh, he's not sure about this now.
If he's
it's obviously in a delicate position, Ian.
Yes, if he's addressed the ball here and it moves, then he is in difficulty.
You do well to get down in 2 after all this kerfluffle.
Well, that's his 3rd on this par 5, and he made a bit of a mess of it in the end. And I think that was a great change of the rules about moving loose impediments within a club length of the ball. I always thought that was quite ridiculous.
Let's go to Snedeker and the fun he's about to face. Opens the blade, pops it up. Looks tricky, but he makes it look fairly straightforward. That's a nice practice stroke. Adam Scott there was right beside the ball. Anyway, it's been deemed to be fine. And here is Ernie.
Well, that was for a par. Shot dropped. Getting to a stage now where seemingly nobody wants to grab this great championship by the scruff of the neck, and they're now working their way out to the far end of the course, turning for home and facing 9 very formidable holes.
It's all taken a bit of time here on the 7th green. A long eagle attempt for McDowell.
How high has he got to hit this, Parky? Up near the fringe, or is it not that bad?
Yeah, well, it's definitely right to left for most of the way, and then just as it starts getting closer to the hole, it will want to go back the other way. But yeah, without doubt, he's got to start it off to the right.
I saw this putt earlier today. There's not quite as much swing as you think. Be about 2 feet. Straightens up there. Good putt.
Snedeker for his par. Went off his hands. He's coming unstuck here. He's double bogeyed the 7th, and it looks like he has now bogeyed the 8th. Let's pop this one in. That's actually a double bogey for Snedeker. Double bogey, and I think he's gone.
Scotty for birdie. No, that's the first par 5 this week that he hasn't birdied. I don't know whether that was a good break or a bad break, the ball rolling on him back there.
back to McDowell shortly. Tiger got his par on the 8th, and here he is in the 9th, measuring today with that pin right left, 163.
Come on, win. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, he's flown it long.
How do you hit a wedge that far?
How do you hit a wedge that far? Working out and good diet.
McDowell to get within 3. Can't afford not to take chances like that. Leaves the gap at 4. Scotty will breathe a sigh of relief.
Scott's making mistakes and everybody else is just creeping backwards with him. This rate Nicholas Colsaerts is looking good.
Snedeker. Everything was going along nicely, but then 4 shots gone in 2 holes. Can we recover? Oh, nearly bounced in.
Really tight lie here. Ernie Els, second shot 10.
Shot.
Well played. Very nice. Ernie currently 4th.
Playing alongside Zach Johnson, out in 37, 3 over. Tight angle here. That's the way to deal with it. Good chance to get one back. So Adam Scott, who'd have thought 2 over par for his opening 7 holes, and he would still have that 4-shot lead. McDowell in there, but what a chance he missed at the 7th. Tiger Woods hanging in, but he's airmailed the 9th green, and Ernie Els, well, a birdie chance for him to come at the 10th. All those scores of the leaders on the right-hand side. 2 over, 2 over, 2 over, 4 over.
Oh, this one of Tiger's is really snuggled down. It's quite interesting little shot, this. He's got to generate some speed to get through the grass, but then it's very delicate once the ball hits the green. Green running away from him. And almost a bit of a shine on the green now.
Very difficult to make a precise hit on there, tucked down in the grass. Back on the 8th, the final pair, and everyone is struggling now suddenly. I don't think they're struggling enough for someone way back, Kalkabeka and Oosthuizen now, to sneak in and win, but you never know.
By far the most difficult conditions we've had all week. So it's the windiest, it's the driest the fairways have been, and the greens. There's a bunker down here on the left, 251 yards. If you go in there, you've got no chance of getting it on the green from there. You can bounce it 20, 30 yards. So that is one of the most important things to avoid. Out of bounds right, but wind off the right shouldn't be a problem for McDowell.
Fans as stunned as anyone that he missed that putt in the last. Simmering away.
Well, he'll have to get over it shortly. Play what's in front of him. But it certainly did take a touch of pressure off Adam Scott.
Yeah, with the testy conditions and the shots they have to play, the concentration certainly would be 100% on these shots like this one on 8.
Just an absolute bullet, and that should come back to the right and make the fairway. Nicely done. Fairways and greens, Scotty.
This is crucial for Tiger Vias to challenge for this claret jug.
No, he's struggling with the rest of them. I wonder if at any point now that he slips back to 3 under, 6 behind Adam Scott, he'll throw caution literally to the wind and have a go.
Par for Snedeker. I got a message from a mate of mine at home that says, what's Tiger want to do? Iron his way to 3rd place.
That's true. He's just been creeping along just out of reach of the leaders throughout the week. Zach Johnson missed his birdie putt here on the 10th. Playing partner Ernie Els to get to 4. Yes, and she goes now, just 5 behind. There's still plenty of time.
Good bounce back from Ernie, having dropped a shot at the 9th frustratingly. Now in 3rd place on his own at 4 under. 1 behind McDowell. But still Scott well out in front. Brandt Snedeker did exactly the same thing yesterday. He just had a big blow up in the middle of the round and then fought back well.
Snedeker driver on the 10th. You don't see that fairway. There are some very, very deep bunkers right about there.
That's the bunker that Scotty found yesterday too. He was lucky enough to make a magnificent par. But Snedeker is just hitting too many loose shots. Tiger with driver.
Wow. Just a guy clambering up the slopes in the distance, but I wonder if he might get the big dog out.
Well, there's a bunker down on the left-hand side at 300, and it really narrows up to about 15 yards wide. Breeze off the left and slightly into his face. They're waving to the right. Bunker's on the right side. He should be able to carry. Oh, it's perfect. It is a blind tee shot there. You have to hit through a saddle.
Really having much of a choice now with turning back into the wind off the left a little bit, so the driver has to come out eventually. You can't close a 6-shot deficit coming in from 200 yards plus.
Luke Donald to get to 2 under. Tied for 6th.
Nip to the 8th and Scott from that perfect. Just zip tee shot with the iron. Steering well clear of that bunker to the left of the green.
Well, it sounds easy, but if he just does that for the rest of the day, they won't catch him.
A lot of people watching this group. And Graham McDowell faced with an uphill second shot. A lot better angle than Adam Scott. It's the wind off the right. If he brings it in from right to left, land in middle of the green, let it release to the hole, it's the best way of getting closer. This whole position with that front left bunker, which is scary. Probably the deepest bunker on the golf course. 156 yards left for Graham. It's just a wedge.
gone at it. Very good, very good. The putt's very similar to the one he missed on the last in terms of length. Needs to start rolling these in, if for nothing else, put the pressure on your playing partner, make him feel the doubt and the tension even more. Anyway, just be coming in and joining us. All the scores revolving at the bottom of your screen from A to Z. Keep saying Z, there are no Zs. Y.E. Yang is the last.
No option here for Zach, just trying to lay up in the fairway on this par 5. And he's done a reasonably good job of that one.
I imagine it's fairly unusual at Lytham that a golf ball ever stays on this strip of grass. That just shows you how lush the conditions have been. A real launch pad here for Snedeker. 125 yards to go, straight up in the air. He's not quite certain about his choice. He's got a 9-iron in his hand. But this is going to go absolutely stratospheric, which is not a great idea in a wind this strong.
I believe that ball stayed there.
Come on, right?
Talk to it.
Very nice shot.
That's a good shot. Visibly, the wind does seem to be picking up a bit.
Ernie Els at 11. Can he get it there? Back into the breeze. Two enormous hits today there on 11. It's not bad. Leaving himself with a lot of green to pitch to.
Tiger, this big drive down the 10th, nipping it away. Oh, yes. But reaching the turn in 37, 3 over par. With that horrible 7 at the 6th. Opportunity to get going in the right direction on the back 9.
Adam Scott to get to 10 and extend that lead to 5. Get it there. Okay. Pars are good. The other guys have got to force their hand and make birdies. We all know what that's like. The more you force things, the more mistakes you make. McDowell, though, has a great opportunity coming up.
Down in this very crowded corner of the 8th and the 9th and the 10th, turning back.
This is an exposed green. I think this putt would normally be straight, but with the wind off the left, it might move it to the right.
Needs one. Has one. McDowell moves to 6 under, back within 3 of Adam Scott. And listen to what it means to the crowd. It'll pack him up. It'll make Scott think.
And hearing those cheers from behind them, Woods and Snedeker want to join this party. Both 3 under at the moment, both desperate to generate a little bit of momentum.
Snedeker rolls one in. He gets back to 4. Perhaps counted out too early. Horrible run on 7 and 8. A couple of double bogeys in a row. But he's within 5. putts drop. And Scott will hear these cheers. He won't know whether they're for somebody to go to 3 under, 4 under, 5 under. He'll just know that others are doing well.
Colsaerts is making plenty of euros as he's driving down the motorway this afternoon. A Tiger, a tricky little 5-footer. Yep. Won't be too much in it. Maybe, if I had to have a guess, I'd say right centre. Lap of honour in the bottom. That's the important thing, and a birdie 3 for Tiger.
And another little cheer ripples across the course. The big roar, though, was for this man on the 8th. Here he is. Sort of downwind, 163 today. Soft as the cry. Settle down.
Just getting a little pumped up there. He's hit a couple of wonderful shots into 9 through the week, almost hold it on Thursday.
And that one seemed to nestle down. Let's see what Scott can do.
Again, sensible shot from Scott, centre of the green.
There it is, this little crowded corner of the course, the par 3 there. Trains and they're stopping them there during the Open. Don't want to disturb the players as they go on past the 3rd and 2nd. Now Ernie Els, 2 good blows to get here on the par 5 11th. Up and down to get within 4.
Luke Donald, 2nd of 15. Oh, wonderful shot. This 15 today is going to play a little more like we're used to seeing it, back into the teeth of the breeze.
You know what, Donald heading for a good finish again the way he's going. Certainly a top 10, maybe even a top 5.
He's got to get himself somewhere near the lead to start with. Snedeker. Tee shot on 11. They thread it through the bunkers. Right rudder? No. Found another one. Went the first 40 holes without finding any bunker, fairway or greenside. He's certainly made up for it in the last 2 days.
Incidentally, the black ribbons, I know people have been asking, they are for the memory of those lost in the shooting a couple of days ago in Denver. Now this one did seem to settle down just a little bit.
Yeah, certainly is plenty of grass around the ball. And if he chops down on it, he can get a good contact. But he would want to land it on the green. Of course, if he lands it on the green, you can't really chop down on it. And so you would think you get a little bit of grass between the ball and the club face. Just have to allow for it. He did allow for it, and he didn't get as much grass as he thought he would.
Oh dear. Picks up a birdie on the 8th, that to save par on the 9th.
Well, what a long time it's taken him to make this decision, but finally it's the driver that comes out. Tremendous reluctance on Tiger's part to use the driver. He's not comfortable with it on the course. A lot of movement in the ball flight, but sometimes there's nothing for it except a good, long, straight hit.
Yeah, he likes to slide the driver, but he really needs to hold one up against the breeze here, little right to left, and that's when he can lose control of it. Well, he's going to be lucky to get in a worn-down area, but Nick, that's the problem with Tiger and the driver at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely. Got no real confidence here. Anytime he fears kind of left going left, or if he gets on a left to right breeze, and you know, it's hard work when you know, or so much know, you fear missing it either direction, left or right.
Pitch a little bit long here on 11 and just left himself too much to do for that birdie, and that'll be disappointing. Two good shots to get it just up in front of the green. Just got to make a couple more birdies, Ernie, and you'll never know. He's finished second and third here before, Nick, so he plays the course well. You finished second and third here, or third and fourth here, I think, didn't you?
Yeah, I played with Lehman. I was in the last group here with Seve and Nicky Price, and obviously Seve won, and in the last group with Tom Lehman. The rough was dry and wispy then. So GMAC strange, he gives away one on number 9, shortest hole on the golf course today, or this week.
I think he was just a little pumped coming off that birdie on 8 and powered one over the back. He was straight at it.
But still in there, really. This is going to be a long hole, an exciting hole up this second 9. Really a huge moment. Brush this one in and you're starting to give us, oh, he would have loved to hit that a fraction firm. He knows it. You want to get that starting to stuff the pillow with feathers to cushion your way in, isn't it?
But he maintains that four-shot lead that he held at the start of the day. Ernie at 12, 198 yards.
Fortunately, not a brutal hole location, but breeze hard left to right. Get up there. Oh, here we go.
Ernie, 10 years ago since Ernie lifted the claret jug, so he knows what it's about.
Yeah, visually the skinniest fairway on the golf course, but that's, there we go, at the top of the hill. Over it, it's 40 yards wide, but two massive bunkers over the right side of the fairway, totally blind.
He put it in one of those bunkers yesterday, Nick, and made a miraculous 4.
So that was, yeah, that's fine.
Well, Snedeker is just paying no attention to the scrum that's going on around Tiger at the moment. Can only pop it out just up the fairway.
Demanding tee shot here on 10 for Graham McDowell. Those bunkers to the right.
Yeah, going with driver.
Well, take those bunkers out of play then on the right. He's trying to carry them.
Uh-oh.
He didn't, did he?
Well, that shows you. Adam's got it 3-wood, and G-Mac went with driver and failed to get over that corner.
And it might be interested to know that this group has just been put on the clock, so they've been lagging behind a little bit. Kenny Brown, how about giving us some pearls of wisdom?
Oh, well, I'm an expert at that.
What?
Slow flow.
Mickey Moto pearls, yeah.
Yeah, bringing a bit on the slow side. It can be a little bit disturbing, though, if you suddenly got to just rush your rhythm.
Well, I agree. It kind of makes you think about. There's the player's eye view, which you just saw off the as they went. So they can't see those two massive bunkers down the right-hand side. And they know if they pull it left, they get a hard kick, left to right kick towards that 300-yard bunker, and it's a pretty easy second shot, to be honest. I think this one's just good yardage work. Don't really need to go past the flag, get it over that little ridge in front there, and steer it safely middle of the green. Will give you a 10 to 15 foot birdie putt.
Ian Pattinson, you know, they've gone on the clock. What does that mean? What have they got to do now?
Well, Andy McPhee there is in the buggy, and he will be timing each player on each shot. The maximum time allowed is 40 seconds per shot, and they do get a little extra, 10 seconds extra for the first player to play on a par 3 hole, or on an approach shot, or on a chip or putt.
And the idea is to try and get them back into position up with the group in front, but you can actually play within the rules and the times and never get back in position. Is that right?
Absolutely. And if they get a bad time, the player will be warned by the referee and be told that a further bad time and he'll be penalised. 2 bad times, penalty of 1 stroke. 3 bad times, 2 strokes. A further 2 strokes, and 4 bad times, disqualification.
Well, we're not planning that by the time we get to the 18th fairway. Tiger coming out of the dewy hay, and nicely as a layup. That's what he was trying to do, and does the best job he can.
There's an awful lot of noise going on around this 11th fairway. Spectators watching the changing scoreboards.
Now look at the center of the green.
And on this Ripley fairway, Snedeker's got a very long third, 197 yards to go into the wind. Going with 4 iron.
Well, to his advantage, he managed to get a little downhill lie, and that'll help to keep the golf ball down. He's screaming at it. Well, it's the first day, really, Wayne, that they've had the true prevailing wind to deal with now, and you know, the guys are struggling on the trajectories, and let alone the line.
Scotty.
Yeah, Adam, you could see that swing path towards the middle of the green. Oh, sit down. There we go. Very nice.
Past the pin, leaves a quickish putt, but he'll be quite happy to find the dance floor in 2. It was a dangerous tee shot, 10 in a crosswind.
Probably lucky we've had some perfect weather the first few days, because the course is certainly showing its teeth now. Parky?
Yeah, imagine if we had all 4 days in conditions like this. I don't think anyone would be under par. Graham McDowell now playing his 3rd shot because he drove it into the bunker. Could only advance it around about 20 yards. This from 105. Wind off the left.
Yeah, a bit of abrupt change of direction on that. He was trying to work it left to right and kind of just tugged it. Probably flew dead straight.
Big break for Tiger off the tee there. 120 yards out now. Must try and take advantage of that. Good luck.
Nice low one, but way out, Tiger. That's landed, even if he was trying to play a skip and run, that's good 10 yards. Might even be 15 yards off his landing point. A big moment, Wayne, isn't it?
Ernie Els to get within 4. And he's done it. And he's quite a few holes ahead. So.
Yeah, I was going to add that. You had a significant point. He is now starting the big run in. 13 on, he's been very short into the breeze, tricky, but enough. But after that, 14 in, it's a, level 4s will be really good. And if he could just get one more out of it, then that would maybe lay the score down for Adam Scott. There's all smiles at the moment. Tiger lost serious ground on the 6th hole. Triple bogey 7. Adam, a couple of really fabulous long iron shots. Snares with his eyes shut. Time to open your eyes, mate, and face the future. This might help him actually coming downhill. Just got to have a nice smooth stroke and hopefully the ball will get there, and it won't. I thought that would be the one he might just brush in. He knows it now. He knows that just one more would give him that cushion that he could then cruise on. Use your strategy to get yourself in. 16th hole is going to be very interesting. 15 and 17 are brutally difficult. 16 downwind, front left hole location. Guys could get very close to that one and make a, maybe a 3 or a 2.
Well, too much information. Finished second in the 11th 2-11 Masters. He and Jason Day tied. But he's been a good front runner, won most of his championships or tournaments from the front.
Graham McDowell hoping to roll this one in for a par to stay within 4 of Scott.
That was a good try, wasn't it? Looked like it bobbled with about a yard to go. Well, Adam Scott will need to look at the leaderboards. He's got a comfortable cushion over GMAC, and when he spots where Ernie is, then that will maybe, I wouldn't say it's set his strategy yet. All important tee shot at the 11th for him. Been driving absolutely fabulously on the par 5s this week.
13 always offers a birdie opportunity. Shortish par 4.
Always.
Well,
into this little breeze, Ken.
Easier than most.
Yeah, I got 5 bunkers hidden over that wispy fescue grass there down the right-hand side.
Well, it is a birdie chance, but it's a much more difficult tee shot than it's been all week into off the right. Ernie's done that beautifully. Slap bang in the middle of the fairway. Laying a pin up from there for Ernie. Lovely stuff.
It's all relevant, isn't it? I mean, compared to 15, 17 and 18, it's a birdie chance. But you got to get it in the fairway.
That's the easiest shot they've got. We guess by his reaction what happened.
Only 3 holes are average on the par. The 2 par 5, 7 and 11, which is Tiger's just made a par on, and the 16th, the rest are all over par. So slight missed opportunity there for Tiger Woods.
Well, he's hit 2 bombs off here the last couple of days. Perfect position and reached the green in 2. Can he repeat it? No applause, but that's okay.
Yeah, a lot of bunkers down the left. 275 yards to reach, 290 to get past them. From McDowell, oh boy, he came close. He's great now. Wow, that tee shot's going about 320.
You can't see it because he just wriggled past a very deep bunker. Fortuitous bounce, I think, but it was working that way.
Ernie Els on a little bit of a run on the back 9. Thomas Aitken birded the 13th to get it to 3 under. Louis Oosthuizen is at 2 under, level par today. Jeff O'Griff finished with 2 birdies in the last 3 holes for a 67 earlier on. He's on level par. That's tied 14th at the moment.
Well, the great par 3s.
Extremely awkward, yes, Ken. Hard left to right breeze. The players back in the tree, so they're sheltered. This is the ideal shot. Left the center, just feed it in. Let's have a look. There we go. Most of the guys, look at that, not many. 5 birdies, wow.
A lot of players over the back of the green on the right.
It looks like the way they've turned on the angle, they're thinking it's hard left to right, and it's actually a little left to right down. I mean, you want to get it up to the flag. No point just hitting it on the front of the green and just plugging. Like it's Tiger means he likes it. He loves it. What a fabulous goal shot. So Tiger. There we go. How about this? The triple deciding in the 6th, got one option and go for everything. Can he pull it off? Because we just don't know how Adam Scott's going to hang on.
Well, 10 minutes ago, Ernie was thinking, can he finish the best of the rest? Now he's thinking 1 or 2 birdies and post a target.
Four of your 6 major wins, held on for a couple of others. All your tournament wins, did you find it easier to hold on, or did you like coming in? And
I was quite happy leading, you know, being out in front. But yeah, you're right. Especially the Masters. All my Masters, I came from. You know, I shot 65 the first one, and obviously the famous one against Greg, 67 there, and the Opens were 2 right there at the lead, and Muirfield, well, actually Muirfield had a 4-shot lead, and St Andrew had a 5-shot lead going into the last round. So, oh boy, that's no fun. Downslope, soft sand.
Well, he's punched this in nice and low. He's not having a good day though. 4 over par. He's just managed to get that one just inside Ernie's ball. Ernie, for one, would have liked it the other way around, but 2 good birdie chances.
Just a little bit of a downhill lie here for Adam Scott. Make sure he gets a good contact. And as a result of that lie, playing it safe with the 2nd shot.
He's decided to lay up. A long way back into the breeze, or into them left to right, so no help at all.
Can he get there, Parky? McDowell?
Well, it depends if he hits it low. If he hits it low and tries to get a lot out of the ground, but into the wind, you hit it hard, the ball wants to go up in the air, and if it goes in the air, of course, it's got no chance.
Oh my goodness, over the top. He's topped it, kind of a.
Wow. Goodness me. What a time to do a shot like that.
I was just about to say, if he's trying to hit a hook, he's aiming dead straight, so which means you're trying to reroute the club coming down. I mean, that is. I mean, or if it's a. Well, we'd love to know. We will find out later what he was trying to do. But if the ideal shot to get the extra yardage would be aim at right-hand side of the green and swoop one in. Unlikely he was thinking he could power fade one on this breeze all the way to the front edge. Now he's in serious stuck. Actually, they'd do well to find the ball, won't they?
Yeah, I would think so. There's not much over there except
trees.
Bush and trees.
Yeah.
One of the few places on a links golf course where there is a lot of trees internally, and that's just straight out of the neck, isn't it? Not going to help with the timing issue either, because now once he reaches there, he'll have 5 minutes to look.
Wow, wonderful reception for Ernie Els on this 13th green. Real crowd favourite. And he looks to be enjoying himself. And so he should. Another birdie opportunity.
Well, what a spot Snedeker's found here on the left of 12. He can certainly get the ball out. He's deciding not to go to the flag because it would be so difficult to stop it from careering into the bunkers opposite. So he's now shaping up to try and play this down to the front part of the green.
And they're amazing, these top bunkers. You know, you play a regular tour event, you might have one guy in the whole field has to play out sideways or backwards, and then we've almost seen every single player today has come out sideways or backwards.
It's amazing. It seems to be the fact that the bunkers have dried out, the sand, that the balls are rolling to the edges, where the wet sand, they weren't quite getting there. I don't know why that should be now. Phil, did he play a provisional or anything? Or?
No, he didn't, but I got a sneaky feeling he might have to go back and play one from where he just played it. He can't go two club lengths sideways, I don't think. I don't think he can go back in line with the hole position. So it looks like the only option is to go back and try that shot again.
Meanwhile, all this time, Adam Scott, he's got to wait. I'm sure he'll be there giving a hand, but he's also got to wait with the pressure building on him.
You can't move in there. You've got no chance of finding that one.
Quite a change in elevation here for Snedeker up the hill. Needs a good pop.
Snedeker at 3 under, just about to go to 2 under par. McDowell's seen enough. Well, a pro wouldn't hit that shot once a year, would he? He wouldn't hit a shot like that with a wood.
Yeah, I don't know, Ken, whether that was a 1 in a million. I wanted to comment, you know, a couple of times you've seen his follow-throughs where he kind of knows he's pulled a tweak and he has that little extra kind of scoops the follow-through. You see how he, you know, twists his own body, you know, to help, you know, give it the body English for the fade, doesn't he, on quite a few of these shots. And in that one, I couldn't see what kind of shot he was trying to hit there. Because there's a massive, there's no way he was trying to fade that. Would you agree? And there's a massive carry across that corner.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure the green was in range if he hit his absolute Sunday best.
So
he had 2 massive forward shoots.
If he was trying to draw it, he was trying to manipulate the club on the downswing to create the draw, and completely overdid it.
That's the pressure of chasing, isn't it, when you're trying to force something to happen.
Well, Tiger's running out of birdie chances. A timely two for Tiger. Excellent, excellent. The birdie's at 10, this is chance at 11, birdie at 12, 5 under.
I agree. I'm agreeing. Who knows that now he plays in a really tough last 6 holes, maybe another chance at 13, and after that, if you could, 16's a chance. The rest of them, it'll be, you got to pull off some magic to create get a 3 out of any one of them.
You might just take a chance at a few drivers.
No, yeah, might have a go at 16. Might be forced to have a go at 16 now.
270 yards to the front edge into the wind. Probably not going to do it.
There's that little funny follow through. No, maybe he was trying to hit the big power fade over that corner. I don't know what was worse then, guys. If you're trying to hit the power fade and then you hit that one 80 yards left into the bushes, than if you were trying to draw it. So.
Well, he certainly had enough club to reach the green.
And I'll bet that he'll never hit that shot again.
No, that's a once in a lifetime.
Another magnificent opportunity if he can just give himself a chance for 10 feet or so, but a little grimace on his face. It's not quite going to get up there.
He's good though. Every green's a bonus.
Well, not exactly charging up the fairways if they're behind time. Three under par, Thomas Aitken. 15 par chance. And oh dear, that just seems to be turning in from left to right. Just the yard to go straightened up. Up to 2 under.
How about the scores, Ken, for the top 11 guys? +3, +2, +1, +5. Ernie on level par. Zach Johnson +4. Bill Haas +5. My goodness. As you said, lucky I didn't have this for 4 days. Oh. Would have been 6 over, would have won this.
Well, I always thought when I played the couple of Opens I played here, this was the toughest open venue to play if there's any breeze around. Despite the course being under 7,000 yards when we played it.
Yeah, the professionals, we just hate this into you left to right wind. Very difficult to control. Quite interesting up here on the Coventry Towers by the putting green. The flags around here are, oh no, they just, there we go. I've just about to say they've gone calm now. They suddenly pick up again. So and the flag on cue begins to flutter. Thank you for that.
The last half an hour have not been good for Graham McDowell. Bogey on 9, bogey on 10, and has to get up and down here at 11 for a bogey on the par 5. But fortunate, he's found himself a decent lie, got some green to work with. Don't forget, yesterday he finished 3 under for the last 6 holes. Have to keep reminding himself of that. Stay positive right now.
Yeah, needs some magical pictures in his mind. Could he find a way holding this one?
Doing a bit of huffing and puffing. sucking in a bit of fresh air.
Well, he probably can't believe what he's done. Tiger's going to sting one of those long irons. Same line that Big Ernie hit it on.
For God's
he's
sakes.
losing it. What's happening? He's screaming at somebody. Oh, the bunker's there. What happened?
Adam Scott hasn't made a putt all day. He made one from 4 feet for a birdie at the second. Be a good time to make one here at 11 for a birdie.
If he can get it there, Phil.
You know,
everybody's tightening up.
He's playing so well right now. He probably thinks he can just do it tee to green. Doesn't have to go for the putts. I don't know.
Well, to be honest, I would have loved that one to have half that distance, at least have a genuine birdie chance. The cushion looks good at 4, but if somebody sneaks one more from him and he makes one mistake, then it's totally different. So a little brutal run for Graham McDowell. Bogeys 9, 10 and 11 after birding the 8th.
Medical on the 13th.
Very nice.
Very nice, says somebody.
Let's have another look at that Tiger swing. Let's see what happened on this. Usually when he loses his level, he gets stuck. Oh, he just hit that fat. Simple as that. Went down on it. And these tees are just rock firm. No giving them at all.
Luke Donald coming down the 18th. Apart from a couple of drop shots, he's played some lovely stuff today. 3 birdies on the inward 9. Always balanced, always neat and tidy. Right on line. Good shot.
Now Els on the 14th.
Now downwind today, and they got to calculate the bounce here, and he's done it beautifully. Massive drive, probably hit that 350 yards.
Luke Donald takes the one.
Well, I wonder what positives he's going to take away from this week. We met way back Newfield Village, which is end of May, and had a little chat about a few things. He's obviously, this is his #1 goal in his career now to win a major. Really struggled at the US Open day 1. That cost him making the cut. Tiger now getting back into play.
Watching him on the practice ground, he was hitting irons, just nipping the little divots, and when he gets out on the course, a great big clumpy one, so something's going wrong. Snedeker pitches up.
Left.
Oh dear, dear, dear. That might be, well, tapped him against the face.
See if he can nip one away here, Tiger.
Well, this is almost straight into the breeze.
This hole has caused an amazing amount of difficulty for the top players. 355 yards. laid back and taken 5. They had to go for it, and they've taken 5. Been a very strange hole, this.
Come on, win.
Once again, club out.
He hasn't got close enough to the hole when he's had an opportunity. That one, a big 7, the 6th hole.
Right, time to put on cruise control. Just middle of the green in this one. Beautifully better than middle of the green. How about that?
Could have been unlucky not to stop a little closer there. It's a beautiful shot. Settles the nerves.
Playing alongside McDowell, but 6 adrift. Needing miracles. Shot.
Well, Ernie's got 10 feet here, and he just had a perfect read from Zach Johnson. He might not get a better opportunity over these final few holes. This to get 3 behind.
Looks good. Four, 3 birdies. And the inward 9, just 3 behind.
He's only now, Peter, out of 15 guys at the top of the leaderboard who's under par.
Yep.
He said he felt good this week, said something special could happen.
Back on 13, Snedeker. It's a nice touch, but he is in danger of becoming an also-ran.
Dowell.
Well, this is just a twisty putt coming up this slope. Will go everywhere.
Bit racy. Yeah, slowed up reasonably well. Up to the 18th, Luke Donald finishing off. 2 putts for a 69. And that's what it's going to be. Very tidy round. 2 drop shots. 10 and 12.
Adam Scott then for his birdie on the 12th. Put another bit of distance. Nope.
That's a much better try there. I'm sure he's really starting to feel the nerves now, because it's all about just playing to keep that cushion, keep that 4-shot advantage. Just now down to 3 with only going up to 6 under.
Look at that, 3 shots. Ernie Els becomes the nearest challenger. A man who, of course, has done it all before, although some time ago.
The Tiger. This for a par.
Probably going to be a little slow up here, Peter, and he doesn't really like the slow ones. Just struggles to keep them on line.
Another shot just dropped Tiger. He's had a funny sort of round. 3 birdies. Played some good shots, but not many. Struggled.
He simply has to drop from McDowell. Just about hanging on to life here, McDowell. That stops a run of bogeys. 4 over, costly. 6 behind, 6 to go.
Tiger finishing off. But another shot dropped.
Looks very much like Scott or Els.
Here is Ernie.
Very difficult tee shot at 15. Left to right wind. Gaping bunkers down the right-hand side of the fairway.
Whoa. Well, in the lap of the gods. Don't think he can reach from there, but you never know.
14th. Playing 444 today. Driver. He's had a couple down the left here. With this one.
Yeah, left to right downwind. Bound on. There she goes.
Well, the left to right wind here will be urging the ball towards this phalanx of bunkers down the right.
Amazing. Tiger again goes with iron. Now he suddenly slips into his old faults, loses his level, and blocks them right. Good old Dan Maskell would call those unforced errors, Peter, wouldn't he?
And right up against the face too, by the look of it. Won't be able to advance that more than 40 or 50 yards.
Well, that's crazy. Only hit it down to those 3 bunkers you can see there in the middle of the screen. If you're aggressive and go for it, it's a 100-yard second shot.
Thomas Aitken for a birdie. Very expensive at this stage.
13th hole, 355 yards. Fairway at an angle, not always easy to hit. Adam Scott trying to do that with an iron.
Lots of bunkers up the right-hand side, a couple down the left. Well, he's all right. That gives him quite a longish second shot. I was having a cut at it. We have seen this hole driven over the years. Tee has been sneaked back little by little, but well, we saw the 16th was driven 2 or 3 times yesterday or the day before. I don't think he can reach, but he can certainly get within 30 yards.
Well, it's into the wind. Peter 13, 16 is downwind. So
But you
16's
play the
one.
low cutters, my boy, it'll run, you know.
Well, have to be his Sunday best.
Whoa.
There's that little, he's done a little unique follow through.
Steady. Oh, that's not bad. I was watching Seve once when he drove just off the front right corner of this green. And that's when people are going to hit him.
God, it's tense. Adam Scott leading by 3 from Ernie Els, who's in a little bit of trouble on the 15th. It didn't look to go into the thickest of stuff. Tiger is really scrabbling. Graham McDowell, well, probably blown his chances. Luke Donald, the leader in the clubhouse, after a 69. Brilliant 65. Earlier on, though, of course, from Nicholas Colsaerts. The best scores came earlier in the day, when the wind was not so strong.
And last chance saloon for Tiger. Needs to save par here. But what a mistake that was from the tee. If you're going to take your iron, you simply have to hit the fairways.
Yeah, I'm amazed. Two bad long irons in a row off a tee peg. And Ernie looks a little deep down there.
Yeah, he was just seeing if he could get line of sight relief from the camera tower in front of him. He wasn't quite far enough left, but his lie's not too bad. 182 yards to the front of this green. It's all about making 4 for Ernie here.
Yeah,
and he can attack the last 3 holes.
Yeah, it's all about making good contact with this one. If that long fescue wraps around the hosel, could go left. So you kind of really hang on to, you watch the follow through. Pretty decent, really. Fescue kind of obviously grabs the hosel. It comes as a real shock how much it tugs at the bottom of the club. You have to react with your hands very quickly to save it.
I see him asking there, saying bunker. No, it's not too bad with the pin over where it is. The crowd's feeding across there on the crossing ways. And they'll be trying to get a vantage point as well, not just for Scott or for Tiger, but for this man. They'll be seeing the scores, knowing that he's right in contention.
Adam Scott.
159 yards remaining for Adam Scott.
Yeah, just like to get it in the back level of this green. Ooh, leaves himself a good 20-yarder.
Well, this is a part of the game that has let Tiger down as well today. His distance control with the short irons has not been what we've expected from him. Given himself very few opportunities to convert the putts. This is his third.
1 yard. 1 yard.
A demanding fellow. Lovely shots. Chance for a par. Again, I think that has to drop.
Well, this is where Graham McDowell started making his birdies yesterday. He was 3 under par from this hole onwards. Just 102 yards remaining. Decent lie.
Actually might help him coming from this little light rough. Maybe the ball will hop forward. Oh, there's a couple of tiny little upslopes on this green and it just bites. Kills all your enthusiasm when you sit down, and still got 30 feet to go.
Snedeker.
Oh my God! How outstanding!
Oh my God, where's that? Oh, that's not too. Oh. Well, I've seen worse. I was expecting that to land in Acacia Avenue, 50 yards over the green. Not too bad. 3 ahead, 6 to play for Adam Scott. Nice position to be in. Rather like Bradley Wiggins. It's not over yet. Well, it may be now. They were almost giving him the first prize at Tour de France today. And I thought, well, what if he has a puncture or falls off? But, Tiger, apart from that triple bogey, my God, he'd have been 7 under with a 4 there. But he didn't, and he isn't.
Well, I can tell you, Peter, Bradley Wiggins didn't have a puncture or fall off. He has, in fact, won the Tour de France.
Oh, excellent.
Pretty impressive, eh? First Brit ever, so congratulations.
Excellent.
Let's see if Louis Oosthuizen can roll this in. It's for par. Thinking that Adam Scott's performance, the way he's keeping the field at bay, is quite similar to Oosthuizen's in 2010. You know, the scoring is slightly higher.
At this moment, there's been really no strong challenge. It's been a tricky day, but not an impossible day. We've seen wins far worse than these. He's judged these putts pretty well over the last 3 days from long range.
He'd certainly love to get this one within a couple of feet.
Yeah, this must be a full cricket pitch. Flags on 28. There's a couple. Oh, he's done very nicely. He'll take that one. feel good. Struck it absolutely pure.
Okay, Ernie Els, nearest pursuer to Adam Scott.
It's really chip-in time now, isn't it?
Steady. One of the best in the business, Ernie Els, but that's just left him 7 or 8 feet past. No worse than 4s from here on. Might give him a chance.
Snedeker sneak a birdie out of the 14th. Straight and true and short.
It's not been the normal day on the greens for Graham McDowell. I'd like to start changing it right now with this birdie attempt at 13.
Nope.
And the hole slips away and the time running out for McDowell.
Come on, Graham. Get it.
This is where the front 2 runners are at the moment. Adam Scott on the 13th. Ernie Els up there on the 15th. Separated by a couple of holes and by 3 shots.
Now, Ernie's been working very hard with this putter, and he's been quietly confident. What do you make of this, then, David?
Well, it's a putt he must hold if he wants to win this championship. But he's played absolutely beautifully since the 9th, when he made a crazy little bogey, really frustrating. But he's been almost perfect since then. He deserves to hold this, in my opinion.
And he has. Well done, Ernie. Pitch in the putt for a 4, and one of the hardest holes on the inward run. And who knows?
Left to right wind on 14 for Adam Scott.
Eric, the driver, looks to be all right. Oh, majestic.
Wow, all the way down to the crosswalk.
That's huge.
Up ahead, not too far up ahead on the green. Tiger Woods for par. Slips by. He is losing a chance of another major.
Right. 6 back with 4 to play. Slim, you'd have to say, isn't it? Got to birdie everything to get in.
Graham McDowell really taking his time. Mind you, it's a testy tee shot. You got the wind off the left, you got 3 bunkers down the right. Rough everywhere.
Win yourself,
Win yourselves smack. Good shoot forward as well.
And trundled on quite well. 2 nice drives.
There you go.
Well, every credit to whoever set the pins. This is a cracking pin for the final day. Front left on 16, and the wind is just perfect for these players to have a go at this par 4. Ernie's going to do exactly that. His championship hopes could rest on the result of this shot.
Fortunately, they can just see the flag fluttering on that front corner of the green. 330 yards plus away. Then he made a fabulous eagle. Oh, I hate it when he stands up like that. That means it's going right. Oh, in the hay, into the gallery. Not quite underneath the Sevis Cortina from a couple of moons back.
On the trampled bit, I fancy.
Yeah, that's where
could be awkward.
Yeah, I think that's where Harrington went yesterday, and that it's so trampled it you have to chisel it off that.
There she is. Now Zach Johnson.
Yeah, they'll have none of that. Just play it long iron into the right spot.
Well, quite remarkable, really. The man in contention whipped the driver out, and Zach, who's having a terrible day, still playing safe. Even Zach could reach this green, I fancy, with this downwind. But there you have it. He's probably in better shape than Ernie now.
Well, yes, he's just off the fairway, but looking straight into the green.
Yeah, 4 massive bunkers down the right-hand side of this fairway. They drive slightly uphill into the breeze. There we go. Brad sneaks it past that middle one. That's fine. Ah. Get the old Brillo out. Give that a polish.
The graver will start his work when he's got a little bit more idea of who wins. Always fascinates me to watch them do it. Tiger zips one.
Wow, going with iron again on 15, and it's no help.
Well, how much trouble is Ernie in? He's 3 behind Adam Scott. On the 14th. Graham McDowell. Still in a tie for 3rd, but he's, of course, 6 behind Adam Scott.
Down.
Yeah, pretty good. Where he puts, certainly a good birdie chance. He's just got to keep it on the straight and narrow now. If he finds fairways and greens, he's the new Open champion with a 16th different winner of a major in succession. That'll work. And bringing the crowds in. Oh, my word, he is struggling. Back of the bunker. Well, he's got a little bit of green to work with, but that is going to be tough. Just not able to put any pressure on the leader. All the pressure's on him. Oh, now where's Ernie looking? Is it going to come out sideways? Has he got? Oh, he's got it flag high. I didn't realise it was as high as that. The problem is, where does he land it? As you see, that's all downslope, where he's just walking off the green.
But yeah, this ball flight scope just, well, straight as an arrow, wasn't it? But unfortunately, straight right. That's the problem when Ernie just stands up on him. He just can't maintain his spine angle through impact all the way to the follow through. And ooh, that doesn't look very pretty, that lie.
Adam Scott, easy birdie attempt here at 14. Maybe a fraction from the right, hardly anything.
Can he finally make one to give him the cushion? There it is. Yeah, big moment.
Very big moment for the young fella. Excellent stuff.
Can't count your chickens, but that gives him another cushion. Another shot cushion.
Now Ernie got to keep steady on this, and
oh, he's actually yeah, chip it through the bunkers. Beautifully done, scary shots.
Reminded me of Seve as a young man at Bird, chipping it through the bunkers. Now all you've got to do X is tap it in. And you can do that.
Well, more work for the lady greenkeeper in this detail, who's the bunker raker. Beverly Blair from Southwark Park in Portsmouth. Tiger and Brandt have kept her very busy today. This will be a low skidder.
So awkward to play a bunker shot when you feel like a giraffe. Cannot get any real leverage into the shot, you know, from your lower back. Actually played a fabulous golf shot there.
Now McDowell talking about a lot of must-hole putts, but here we are for birdie. Too far back.
Glorious 3-iron from Snedeker, finding the heart of this green. This is a reasonably straight putt.
Well, he's tied for the top in the 3rd division battle.
Tee shot Adam Scott into the wind on 15, and once again annihilated this tee shot. Boy, he's playing well this week.
Well, Ernie's get to 7, get it there, Ernie, get it there. Oh my goodness. So, with Adam making his putt, Ernie not. It's all really in Adam Scott's hands now. Can he just play pure solid tee to green golf? If he does that, the claret jug is his.
And this for par. No, everything playing into Adam Scott's hands now. It is only Ernie Els who can challenge him. Just having a quick moment. He looks spent, Tiger, in terms of his score. And 13, 14 and 15 have done for him. crowd's marching on. The rope is abandoned. Well, Oosthuizen coming towards the end, the former champion, this to drop just 1 on the final hole. That's going to be a back 9 if he taps that in of 40 blows. 73 for Louis Oosthuizen, back to 1 over par. And at the moment, 19th place.
Only 9 players under par at the moment. Adam Scott, the leader of Snedeker. Well, this is the first one we've seen get it left of the green, so certainly had enough length and pitching back into the breeze. Not an easy shot, but okay. Snedeker at the moment 3 under, 4 over for the day, and running third.
Well, it's 3 minutes past 2 in the morning in Adam Scott's native Adelaide, and everyone in Australia will be up and perky and sipping away on coffee or something stronger.
We claim him in Queensland, mate. He's a Queenslander.
He's
Greg
an Australian.
Norman, Ian Baker Finch, Queenslanders. There he is, just fairways and greens now for Scotty. Tiger with the driver on 16. If there's one shot that this driver should suit for Tiger today, this is it. Start it down the left side and let it slide.
He either lets it slide miles to the right or just hangs on to it. And that's the latter, and that's horrible. Although, got a little path between the bunkers if he can get some sort of lie, but that really is thick stuff down in there. So it may be a march to a first major title for Adam Scott, but 4 shots can disappear. Everyone talks about the final 4 holes, 5 holes perhaps here at Royal Lytham St Annes being so difficult, and Adam Scott has to negotiate 4 of them. But 4 clear, 4 to play. You would take that.
This is one of the worst lies I've seen all week for Graham McDowell. Won't be able to advance it much more than 50, 60 yards. Of course, if he pulls it left, there's a bunker waiting. Has to hold on to this as tightly as possible.
Well out, Graham. Down.
Just saw it there, just nipped below that little fold in the fairway.
Phil, second shot here for Scotty. What's he got? This is one of the 2 toughest iron shots over the closing holes he'll have with this in 17.
Yeah, even after a huge tee shot, still 202 yards remaining, pretty much dead into the wind. Needs to catch all of this 4 iron. Pulled it left.
Oh, get in the bunker. Get down in the bunker. Roll in. Okay, that's the first green he's missed since the 6th hole. It's been quite a clinic tee to green.
That's almost exactly where this man was a few moments ago.
That seemed to run further into the bunker than Tiger's, didn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Ken Brown.
Yeah, definitely ran a little further into the trap. I've noticed how Tiger's, when he tried to splash it out, it was very hard under the ball out that bunker on the 15th. Sort of hard, crusty, damp sand.
You know, you just got to love links golf. It just throws everything at you with these holes in different directions. These players got so many different types of shots. Now Graham McDowell with his third to the par 4. Directly into the wind.
You just see a marshal or someone or a calendar down there behind the green was moving. Finally sat down.
Found the downslope, but much less green to work with, and from the bank of that bunker it all slopes down to the pin, so a more awkward one than Adam Scott's.
Thomas Aitken on the final green, this for par. Break left to right. Not that big. That'll be a drop shot. He'll slip back to 1 under. Well, this looks nasty and deep, Maureen.
Well, I would say, Andrew, there's a big photo opportunity coming up for the snappers, because there'll be some grass flying if he manages to shift this ball. It took the whole time for him to arrive at his ball for it to be actually found, and it is totally buried.
Just waiting for playing partner Snedeker to pitch up with his tee shot. All his strength, all his skill, and that's as far as he could get it.
195 for Ernie after a marvellous tee shot. Just needs to find a birdie.
Oh, it's good, middle of the green. It's an outside chance.
That's very good. He's done what he's got to do. He's got it on the putting surface, 30 feet for an opportunity. 6 under with Scotty in the bunker on 15.
And the pin at 18 is in a fairly generous spot, so it's a birdie chance at 18 if you get a good drive away. Now, what can Adam do from here?
Looks a bit like Seve, doesn't he? He's getting down to it, but got no choice. Awkward stance. Played it like Seve as well.
That, though, for his par. So Tiger with a very similar shot. Just get right down to it, bend the knees, lower body stable.
Graham McDowell is on the downslope, but it's not too difficult a shot, this one. Delicate shot, though.
Quick hands under the wall. Nicely done, delightfully done, nearly brilliantly done.
Well, it's 20 to 3 a.m. in the morning in Australia, and I bet you there's a big drain on the power plants over there. All the households that are on and the television sets that are flying now. Tiger, third shot. And I bet you the pubs would have sold out of a lot of beer and champagne last night too, in preparation.
Sure, Peter Thompson, Greg Norman and Ian Baker Finch are all enjoying it.
And Kel Nagel.
And Kel, yes.
He'll be sitting at home there watching too. Gentleman Kel.
Well, Snedeker, he drove through the green here, pitched up to here. This for birdie. Gets another one back. So Snedeker into third place on his own.
Scott for par. Okay, that's a bogey, back to 9 under. And the margin is 3.
3 shots the difference as he walks off the 15th green. Ernie Els up ahead.
The good news, he's got through the 15th, which is the Vindaloo. He's moving on to the 16th, which is a much more chicken corner.
Yes, but then 17's a Madras.
Trying to avoid dropping another shot. This one goes in. It would have been 4 bogeys in a row.
Can Ernie make his birdie at 17? That's the question here is. Give it a hit, Ernie.
And Scotty's only about 15 yards from this green too, Brownie.
He's had so many, hasn't he? He's left 6 inches short on line.
Just the iron then off the tee for Scott on the 16th. It's fairly content. Fairway found. From there, just a flick with a wedge.
You know, it's not often you get a chance to watch someone like Adam Scott hit the ball. I don't think there's many players in the past, certainly not many out here right now, swing it as purely as he does and hits it like he does. It's been fantastic watching him this week. Of course, Graham McDowell, he's a gritty little character, great shot maker, but today just 1 or 2 loose shots and he just didn't have it on the greens at all today. Flying tee shot here at 16.
In position to spin a wedge of some sort into the 16th.
Snedeker, 17. That's good.
Well, sticking with the 2 iron here into the teeth of the breeze, I think we can expect one of his low stingers.
Well, that's how little he fancies the driver, because at 17, 460 yards back into the breeze. He's 7 shots behind. Takes a 2 iron.
This is the way it stands with just 3 holes remaining for Adam Scott. He is 3 ahead. He's 4 clear, 4 to play. Ernie Els, his closest pursuer, with just the final hole remaining. Brant Snedeker getting back in there. Luke Donald, look how he has crept back up in there, 69. 4th place alongside Woods and McDowell. Nicholas Coulthart just gets better and better after his 65 some hours ago. A little bit further down, Ian Poulter, good round from him today, a 67 to get in there. Good Open Championship for Matthew Baldwin, a 71 today, just outside the top 20. Paul Lawrie threatened in the first couple of rounds, really slipped away yesterday with all his putting woes. Lee West not to be. 6 over he finished after a 72 today. Further down still, there is the name of Dale Whitnell. Peter Alves was mentioning him earlier, the 2009 Walker Cup player. Finished on 8 over par. Rory McIlroy, 8 over par as well.
Just 127 yards left for Graham McDowell, second to the 16th, and he's 1 yard further away than Adam Scott, so Adam will be able to get a...
Almost identical from the tee, ball speed exactly the same. This is from our launch monitor. and carrying it 188 yards as well. Spin was exactly the same. Just irons.
Guys, just back up, please, first.
Very nice.
It was a very beneficial 1 yard, Ken, wasn't it? That McDowell was behind Scotty, because Scotty has got to have a look at how the ball's reacted up there near the green.
Adam Scott, can he apply a killer blow?
Just 126 down breeze.
Just hop on once and spin. All the breeze that did that, you can see the flag fluttering fairly vigorously now.
Daunting array of swaying rough and bunkers to be carried here by Woods. 2:07 to go.
I think it was you said earlier today, Andrew, you can't keep having 200 yards to the hole and expect to make a challenge.
Until he gets that driving, he feels comfortable with it. Final hole for Ernie Els, and the big stick is out. This is a daunting drive. Absolutely no worse than a par. Is it coming back? Beauty from Els.
Couldn't have been placed in a better spot. Been in a nice open position. Ernie, not holding a second.
Which is the hardest tee shot on 18? You think? I think Muirfield is. Ernie won there in 02.
Yeah, Muirfield's a tough one. St Andrews is the easiest, I know that. He smoked it here yesterday with a driver. Very few players have dared to take a driver off the tee.
Into Snedeker. He's the man alone in third place.
Left.
Just see the top of the flag there, just to the right of the camera tower.
The 17th's been very difficult to get close to. You can get it sort of pin high right, 25 feet away. Hard to get in tight. To 16.
Adam Scott didn't want to leave himself this far away. Put him back into the wind. Could be quite slow, this one. It is for a birdie.
See that head come up and turn left very quickly. Came up with the stroke.
Some credit to his newish coach. He left Butch Harmon and started working with a man who's also his brother-in-law, Brad Malone. He's married to his sister, and it was him who convinced Scott to go to the long putter as well, which he did in February last year. And that long putter will be tested with another fiddly putt.
He knows there that he's just that poor approach putt left him a little bit more work than he anticipated. Nerve ends would be tingling.
Well, 3 pars and it's his. Now what's this for a little beauty? The old style. This sundry man with his
With the safety vest on, it's a bit hard to miss, wasn't he?
McDowell now just looking for a high finish. in she goes. And back into the top 5 at least. Small consolation.
This is an old-fashioned one. He's playing it like a putter, very upright with a 5-iron or something, just nudge it along the ground. I love it. That is just a delight. Absolute delight, Tiger.
A few Scotsmen that would have warmed their hearts there.
I'm saying Peter wasn't commentating.
Peter would have loved that. Peter Thompson, not a Scotsman, but he would have loved that too. Okay, Scotty, big putt. They're all big, but that is purely nerves. That's all it is. Bit pumped up with the second shot, flew it onto the green instead of around, and we're just short. And the 3 putt.
Meanwhile, up on the 18th.
100 yards dead for Ernie.
Get close onto the crowd, tries to hold it in there. He doesn't know he's only 2 behind at the moment. What a record this man has in the Open Championship. He was the winner at Muirfield in 2002. He's come so close on other occasions. That playoff in 2004. And he's close again.
Of Zach Johnson back there to back off and let Ernie receive the applause.
Well, all of a sudden this is getting a lot tighter than what we assumed a few minutes ago as Graham McDowell's tee shot into the wind on 17. A testy tee shot, this one.
Finds one of the graves down the left.
The man in 3rd place, Brent Snedeker, 17.
Well, this is packed up a bit. Adam scores. He's picking up his tee quickly. Beautiful drive on the 17th.
I think that was the most important swing of his life, getting it in the fairway here on 17. His iron play this week has been stellar. It's all about the fairway on 17.
Stevie Williams just keeping a little cocoon around his man.
Well, Zach really hasn't had a very good day at all. It's coming to a bit of a sad end. It all went wrong on the 10th when he hit a very poor drive. And he's made a lovely finish there. Saves his par. Even par for the championship. It's a good effort.
Just sneaks into the top 10. Well, the top 10 players that finish this week, they're exempt for 2013, the Open at Muirfield, so he just managed to do that. You say level par, it's 280. That's a darn good score around Lytham for 4 rounds. Well, he's finished 2nd at Lytham before. He's finished 3rd at Lytham before. He hasn't finished 1st. I think he has to hold this.
don't go out wondering. It is good from Ernie Els. He still has a chance. A wondrous putt on the final green. A great round from Ernie Els. And it may not be his final shot today. The old Ernie.
What a wonderful performance from Ernie Els. A round of 68, home in 32, 4 under par on the back nine. But if there's one thing an Australian likes to do and beat a Kiwi is to beat a South African. Wonderful effort, Ernie. 2002 champion at Muirfield in a playoff, two-time US Open champion, in the doldrums for quite a few years. Come back and started to play some wonderful golf, and what a day today.
We're over here at the 17th with Adam Scott, and I guarantee Adam Scott has never heard anything so loud in his life when that putt went in from Ernie Els at 18. Without any doubt, he knows exactly what the score is.
And the guy just right at the marsh and kneeling down.
Scott leads by 1. He's found the fairway at 17.
Yeah. What are you on? 80 through?
Snedeker, that's deep course over there.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a couple of giants of the game joining me. Peter Ellis and Nick Fowler. Welcome, lads. It's exciting stuff.
Suddenly things have really turned around, Cam. What has happened? Adam Scott bogeys 15 and 16 and now has got to get into the clubhouse. Par to win. Can only waste 1. Tiger again with the iron. He's just basically got just short of 0 confidence with that driver.
176 yards for Adam Scott, second to the 17th.
We had a great opportunity on 15 and pulled that one.
Sit down.
And all of a sudden the body feels different. Golf balls aren't going where he, oh, it's buried almost into Gary Player land. My goodness, Peter.
Well, yes, it's just gone into the thick stuff on the, I think it's only a yard, if that, off the corner of the fairway, but suddenly things are getting very tight.
Very nervy now.
Games, and the whole thing's been a bit untidy, certainly from the big players. Tiger Woods, though, you see, he's going to finish, I don't know, 4th, 5th. I mean, he's played, by his great standard, he's played rubbish, which is quite extraordinary. If he finishes with a 3 here, he'll be in the frame.
Well, one final iron shot for Woods, 7 iron from the centre of the fairway.
I think Tiger just, this is just sheer desperation now. He's fed up. Can't believe he's had a day when he's had a triple bogey, 3 bogeys in a row, middle of the back nine.
This Lytham St Annes is such a cool course for the year. You've got to be absolutely on your A game. Top bunkers, vengeful, lush rough. Looks a little bit limpy as well.
Well, maybe from the, a few people noticed that from his modified, what do they call it? The modified pigeon stance at the his yoga term, I think, at the 6th hole there. May have just tweaked a knee.
Unfortunately, this is the 3rd shot for Graham McDowell into 17. He found a bunker off the tee to the left. 160 yards left.
63, but a long way away. And there'll be, whatever happens from here on in, there'll be a number of them when they're driving home tonight or sitting having supper or having a large one. Where did it all go wrong? It was in the palm of my hand and it slipped away.
Well, then he's decided to stick around, Peter, and go to the putting green. Get a stay. Most important thing is stay in the mode, stay in the right intensity. Doesn't want to do any interviews. Not going to tell any stories right now. Just get in the corner of the putting green and just chill, just hang it out.
Yes, but I mean.
Yeah, Ricky there getting the putter out. Says, all right. Go and tell any the story right now. Anyway, I'm over here. I'm coming in.
Well, Snedeker's taken the drop. He's gone back, keeping the point between him and the flag. Reasonable lie. It's been quite trampled by the galleries. He's got an approximate 156 yards or so to go. I'll have to say that's an approximation. Really can't see anything. Coming over gorse, part of the grandstand, everything.
Sorry, you're going to have to move.
Adam Scott's ball is in some really thick rough, but you know, quite often when they play in the States, they have some thick rough around the greens. Probably not quite as bad as this, but I'm sure over the years he's practiced a lot of these. It's slightly on the upslope. Trouble is the green slope's a fraction away from him.
Yeah, I don't know, Phil. We know this is where a lot of the water has drained, and it's pretty juicy down there, you know. And now with the nerve ends jangling, thinking of what he's going to do. He can either stub it, and it could go a yard, or he jams it, traps the ball, gets too much contact with the ball, and sends it 15 feet past. Or it's the shot of his life. No, he got the golf ball. So all of a sudden we had a drama. If he holds that, he's got his two-shot cushion. If he misses it, he has to make a par at the last to win.
And many have failed at that hurdle. Big players, but Tiger's getting great applause.
Tiger Woods with an amateur shot 66 here in the third game. At the end of the tournament, he went and sat in the locker and caught up with Ernie Els and asked Ernie Els, "Do you think I'm ready to turn pro?"
He's been quite successful as well. They've got a good decision.
It was in that clubhouse window, just on that right corner. He was in the locker room there. Ernie was finishing his round, having a beer, he said, because he'd slightly blown the tournament.
McDowell to try and save par at 17.
Always fascinates me the way they knock bits down. It's just making it easier for the fellow coming up behind. I've never really worked that out yet. Snedeker got to there. That's four he's played. Extraordinary there. This will go down in the records books as one of those, whatever happens in here, I mean, particularly if Els Wilkinson. It looks like you've got a very good chance now. Of course, it'll play off his odds on as well, but I don't know. It's been a funny sort of day. Hope he doesn't get indigestion. That's not cheese and pickle, Ernie.
Well, this is
Bit
it.
of Mowbray pie.
This is the putt of the championship, Peter.
Yeah, if ever you wanted to hold one, just to keep a one-shot lead.
Oh boy. Well, that all happened amazing. He birdies the 14th, fist pump,
had 4-shot lead, and he's now just bogeyed the next 3.
Now's the moment if Steve Williams, his caddy, has any influence or anything that he contribute, is the moment to do it. Well, Scott's in his 30s. He's been around a long time. He's won big events, not with the value of this one, perhaps, but pretty big stuff. And now this, I think, is one of the most difficult finishing holes in championship golf, as Tiger lines up for a birdie.
He usually holds these just for a wry sarcastic smile at the end of the day.
Jack Nicklaus always hold a putt on the last green. I wish he'd do it a bit more often. He doesn't do enough to make the crowd even like him. Looks like he's going to finish 4th, and everyone's going to say that he played a whole load of rubbish. Fascinating.
Yeah, nice to see him tip his hat and really have a genuine smile.
What do you think he's really feeling like inside, Ken?
Well, it was that one hole. Number 6 just absolutely nailed him. We took a 7 there, Tiger.
Snedeker. This for a 1 over par 5. Had 2 birdies in the last 3 holes. Yep. Well, a good championship for Snedeker. Few shaky holes today, but around a 74. He'll be back.
Now, Nick, what do you think? A birdie and he wins the 18th.
Well, obviously, and more importantly, what club's he going to hit?
Exactly
they're going to throttle back. He's been driving so beautifully, so confidently, but suddenly he must be shaking inside. He's just bogeyed the last 3, misses a tiddler on 16. That just changed the whole atmosphere. I mean, look at those bunkers there. It's got to be perfection off the tee here at the 18th.
It's a great finishing. Oh, this one and the 18th at Muirfield, I think, are 2 absolute crackers.
The ideal line is that right-hand bunker, the next 3, the 3 bunkers there down the left. Right-hand one, a little fade on the left to right wing, and gets away with it. Cannot block it because as Graham McDowell's ball just flew over that nasty gorse bush that backs into that right-hand bunker. So, 3 wood. Well, it's got to be perfect.
Somehow he's got to gather himself. Bogey, 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 and a tee shot like this off the left. Bunkers everywhere.
He's watching it very carefully. It's heading a little right, and it's in. It's in one of the bunkers. Up against the lip, so that's a sand wedge out, a wedge in. Hold the putt to tie Ernie. Wow. Didn't think that about an hour ago.
And those bunkers have spoiled a few over the years. First I ever saw was a man called Leopoldo Ruiz from Argentina, wanted a 4 to tie. Then Eric Brown, an old Scottish pro, and Christy O'Connor all came down with a 4 to tie, took 5.
When he held that putt on 14, Ken, I said, don't count your chickens.
No, it was the 3 putt at 16. Actually,
Yeah.
probably the slight misjudgment with his second shot, trying to carry it onto the green and spin it. But
Yeah.
it's still, he's down. It's still in his hands.
Only just.
Just, yeah.
He's got. It's almost like there's no options. Absolutely no margin of error. Out the bunker, on the green, close. Who knows? Maybe he holds his 3rd shot from 80 yards, but more than likely going to make a putt to tie now.
think Ernie was calling his pilots there, saying they put the plane on hold. They maybe be going tomorrow morning.
Playoff holes, Peter, is first, 16, 17 and 18. If there is a playoff, 4-hole playoff.
I'm actually surprised he went with 3 wood, Ken, because he brings those 3 bunkers into play down that left-hand side. It really would have been sting that iron right in front of him, short. You know, you've got to go left. Going left is better than right or in the bunkers at his 18th here. Parky, what's he looking at? How's that lying?
It's not very good for Adam Scott. He's right underneath the lip, so he won't be able to advance it much more than 30 yards, 40 yards.
Now I see that graphic, I'm definitely thinking it should have been an iron. Aim at that iron on that far left bunker, hit a nice solid little fade on the wind, just belt it as hard and high as you like, and you are on the short grass. Oh, going out sideways. Yeah, well, he's all right. He's just going to chunk it out sideways, but Steve Williams just making sure he's thinking straight. Can you imagine what he's feeling? This is when your stomach is churning like never before. Thinking about this movie. He just wants to chunk it out 10-15 yards right in front of him. Square to the hole. Come out sideways and regroup. A big regroup he's going to need.
I think that's exactly what he's doing. I think he's just gathering himself together.
Not a bad lie for Graham McDowell coming out of the rough. 156 yards.
Don't be cruel. Oh, lucky.
Not quite into Gary Player's corner. Well, just a thump. Now he's going to need some serious word from Steve Williams. At least there's nothing impossible about this shot, Ken, is there? You know, it's straightforward. The green's been reacting nicely, so it's not like there's anything ridiculous is going to happen. It's all in his hands. Middle of the green, well, I don't want to say middle of the green, little left of the flag, let it drift across. Wants to get it inside 10 feet.
Out of our studio, we can see Ernie's still on the phone. Maybe someone's updating him on what's going on, one of his mates. Well, it's a perfect angle to the flag. It's a shame it's taken 2 to get here.
Looks like it. It's trying. It's trying. There's a super goal shot, and there it is, the putt to tie. Kenny had that amazing win at the Players when he pulled his second shot into the water, chipped up, and then had to make about an 8-footer to win that. And here it is. Almost very similar. A couple of bad pulls down 15 and 17. I have to say even that tee shot on 18 was a slight pull.
He's holed very little today. He's certainly due one.
Well, the last good one was on 14.
Great serves, Peter, great serves. I think Lytham's such a special place.
Yes, and in all honesty, I hope he holds the putt, because I don't like to see someone collapsing like that. It doesn't give, certainly doesn't give me any pleasure. But I congratulate Ernie, if whatever happens, coming home in 32 on a difficult day. A wonderful homeward 9. Or have to wait for McDowell to chip up from the back of the green. This is a funny little putt too. It doesn't come as much from the right as some think. It's almost straight. Ernie waiting for the cheers to tell him either be cheers or moans. McDowell is 2 under par. Woods and Snedder tied at 3 under par. Luke Donald with that good round 2 under, so he's well up the winners' table. Wonder what he's really thinking. He looks calm.
Yeah, just be waiting for Graham to get off his through line and start working on his line here. I'm surprised he's not having a little wander already, Ken, wouldn't you? I'd be doing the full 360.
Yes.
Well, yeah, Graham's he needs a bit of space.
It's amazing how so many people can be quiet all of a sudden for Graham McDowell. This is 3rd shot. It's for a bird. If it goes in, of course, he's going to tie for 3rd place.
And this may give Adam a clue, depending how hard he hits it. Not sure about that, though. Delightfully judged. Probably nice things there to go through.
Yeah, I wonder if Graham will. No real reason for Graham to putt out. This is not. But he thought about it for a second. I think you're right, Peter. It's probably just fractionally above right edge. Might be half a ball. Feeds in from that player's right-hand side, left-hand side of the screen with those bunkers. A little bit of a downslope.
It's like that putt down the hill on the 18th at Augusta, the one that Sandy Lyle holed. I've seen that dozens of times, and I've not seen it hold many times. Pace and line. Sounds a bit obvious.
Yeah, well, everything's got to be right this time.
Everything's got to be
stroke,
spot on.
Breathing. This is it. This to tie. And there it is. Adam Scott. Ernie Els wins. Congratulations, Ernie. And Adam Scott's going to be scarred for life.
Ernie's the champion, and everyone will face an interview at the end. For some it'll be very painful, and others great elation. That's sport. I had it in the palm of my hand. It just slipped away. I don't think tears are far away. McDowell for his 4. Well done. Very much an up and down round for Graham, but he finishes at 2 under par. Now Adam goes off to face the Inquisition and wonder where it all went wrong.
Absolutely shell-shocked, isn't he, Peter?
Oh, shattered.
Understanding.
Absolutely shattered.
The prize presentation will take place in approximately 5 minutes' time at the 18th green. We hope that you will remain in your seats to welcome the Open champion.
Finished with 4 5s, 4 bogeys. Early finished in fine style. Came home with 32. It's almost impossible to work out these things. They happen in a way sometimes you don't understand why or how. Looked as if Ernie had lost it round about 8, 9 on the outward holes. And fought back, came home in 32, and at the end of the day, the winner. Quite extraordinary. Quite an extraordinary day. That was Ernie's putt at the 18th, never looked anywhere else. Good 12, 14 footer. Well held, Ernie. Great stuff. I would have kept that ball, Ernie, and put it on the plinth and put it on the mantelpiece at home, but Jack Johnson, not to be his day. And he'll find it hard to find the right words, I'm sure. Quick chat with Ernie. Another look at Ernie's winning putt. Wonderful. Great applause as he walked onto the green. Played a super second and then finished it off with a lovely putt. Contrast to Adam Scott. Put it in the bunker. Could only come out sideways. Played a very good third shot into the green, but it wasn't to be. It wasn't to be. Ernie Els, who perhaps thought he was coming to the end of his career, suddenly finds a bit of magic. And let's hear what Ernie has to say.
Ernie, many, many congratulations. You look as if you can scarcely believe it.
Do I? I mean, I'm a little numb at the moment. First of all, I feel for Adam Scott. You know, he's a great friend of mine, and you know, obviously we both wanted to win very badly, you know, me for different reasons and him also, and I really feel for him, but you know, that's the nature of the beast, you know, that's where we're at here, and that's why you win, you lose, and you know, it was my time for some reason.
You had 20 minutes, half an hour to kill. You were on the practice putting green. Were you preparing mentally for a playoff at that stage?
Yeah, I was hoping at best a playoff. You know, I was on the 17th green. I left my putt just short, and I looked over at Scotty. He was on the 16th tee. I didn't even know he bogeyed 15, and as we all know, 16 is not the hardest hole. So yeah, I mean, then I birdied 18, and I stood on the putting green, and basically just heard what happened. I couldn't see.
And this is what you've been waiting for, isn't it? Your second Open Championship. You're now a 4-time major champion, and many people thought that they would never live to see this day. Yeah, that's true. You know, I think a lot of people, you know, I mean, a lot of people, you know, never thought I would win, and I started believing this year. Had a lot of help from a great team, you know, all the way from my family to the professional people around me, you know, just amazing help and amazing people around me. you've got an old friend to be reacquainted with. Ernie, we'll go and let you get the old claret jug. Thank you very much indeed, and many congratulations again.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Well, I'm pretty disappointed because I had it in my hands with 4 to go and you know, managed to hit a poor shot on each of the closing 4 holes, which cost you bogey on, and that's what happens on a course like this. I'm very disappointed, but look, I played so beautifully for most of the week. I certainly shouldn't let this bring me down.
A run of 3 bogeys that didn't help you at all, did it?
No, not at all. I mean, you know, really the 16th hole hurt, missing that short putt, but surprisingly I was incredibly calm for most of the round, and I still feel calm, and I hit a great shot into the last and felt like I could roll that in and get a few extra holes, but it wasn't to be, and that's golf, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's a tough game, but I know you've made Australia proud. You've given us some great entertainment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You know, you asked me some deep questions.
Well, quite a few people lost for words, I fear. One just has to feel so sorry for poor old Adam Scott. What a way to lose it. Bogeying the last 4. Just never quite had that last putt on line. Can't really imagine just how sick he must be feeling. And so the traditional scene builds around the 18th on the final day of the Open Championship. It's a wonderful stadium. It's a great theatre. Ricky Roberts, who's been through so much with Ernie, they had a little, well, they've had a couple of breaks when they needed some time off from each other. But he's been a good and loyal servant. He knows the boss so well. He just birdied the 14th. Hit a beautiful drive down the tough 15th. And then did that. And that's quite a long way off beam when you've been striking your irons so well. Then on the pretty easy 16th, he's been knocking them in the middle of the hole, and as Nick Faldo said at the time, that's just nerves. And suddenly, it's all getting a bit tense. Another good tee shot down the 17th. A blind approach to the green. And then they hear the enormous cheer. He knows that Ernie has made a birdie down the 18th. And it couldn't be worse down the 18th. Into the left-hand bunker, leaving him no shot at all. Can only knock it out sideways. Had actually a very good third shot in, gave himself a great chance of this putt to get into a playoff. So many people felt it was his time. His parents came from Feckleton in Cheshire, not all that far away from here. His grandparents had a house overlooking the 10th tee here at Royal Lytham. He was born and brought up in Australia, of course, because his parents emigrated out there. And that's Dr. Cheryl Calder, who's had a great impact on his putting. She's a sports scientist. They call her the eye doctor. She's a member of the Sports Science Institute of South Africa. And she believes that you can train hand-eye coordination. And she's getting Ernie back to where he was. She said she's 80% there at the moment, another 20% to go, and she reckons by the end of this year she'll have that long putter out of his hands and he'll be back with a short putter. Very interesting lady. Thinks that over the last 10 years people's hand-eye coordination has really suffered. Their eyes basically have suffered because of the extensive use of laptops and clever mobile phones. She's certainly been helping Ernie Els from the start of this year. He's been looking better and better. He had the best putting statistics in the US Open when he just couldn't quite get over the line. But now he's won his second Open Championship ahead of Adam Scott with Brandt Snedeker and Tiger Woods tied for third. It wasn't a great day for Tiger. Graham McDowell was certainly in the hunt until he hit that extraordinary shot into the par 5 11th. Luke Donald finished well. And of course, Nicholas Colsaerts ends up in a tie for 7th, having started much earlier in the day with the round of the day at 65 when conditions weren't quite so difficult. And he missed a couple of great birdie chances on the last couple of holes. He could have got it up to tied third at 3 under. Lots of ifs and buts, of course. Bubba Watson had a tough day, a 74. Good finishes from James Morrison and Matthew Baldwin. Paul Lawrie tied 34th in the end. Went so well for 2.5 days. The winner gets the gold medal. It's already engraved. And they must have done a very speedy job on the claret jug because it was completely in doubt until Adam Scott missed that putt. But Els' name will be engraved. Peter Dawson, the chief executive of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews, carries out the trophy, a famous old claret jug, ready to announce the champion golfer of 2012. No silver medal to be presented this year because no amateur made the cut.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jim MacArthur, Chairman of the R&A Championship Committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the presentation ceremony for the 141st Open Championship, the 11th to be played here at Royal Lytham and St Annes. The course has once again proved itself a true test of golf, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the club for hosting the championship and for all the help and assistance we have received. The vagaries of the British weather have been particularly challenging this year, and Paul Smith and his team of green staff deserve our fullest praise and congratulations for presenting the course in such magnificent condition. They have done an outstanding job. Our thanks go to the thousands of volunteers whose efforts are so important to the staging of this championship, to the competitors whose skills seem to grow each year, and lastly to you, our spectators, for supporting the players so knowledgeably and courteously, truly in the best traditions of the Open Championship. Thank you all for being here. May I also thank the residents of the properties immediately surrounding the golf course for their patience during what have been very busy weeks before and during the championship. I will now ask Peter Dawson to announce the prize winners and Dr. Howard Dempsey, captain of Royal Lytham St Annes Golf Club, to present the trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, runner-up and winner of the Silver Salver is Adam Scott. a score of 273, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is Ernie Els.
Well, first of all, I feel for my buddy Adam Scott. Scotty, you're a great player, great friend of mine. We've had some great battles in the past. I feel very fortunate, and you're going to win many of these. You've got too much talent. Mr. Dawson, RNA, thank you very, very much for an unbelievable week again. The golf course, as always, this is my third time here at Lytham, and the golf course is wonderful. I think I finished, second in '96 and third, and I got this gift today. So RNA and Lytham Golf Club, thank you very much. I had a lot of support this week, but you guys got to ask yourselves the question, were you just being nice to me, or did you actually believe I could win? But it was a great feeling. I really enjoyed myself. My family, I've got such a great team around me. My family, my wife Liesl, you guys are down in London with Ben and Samantha. I'm going to try and come and see you this evening. I'm supposed to go to Canada, but I think I'm going to blow that thing off. I'd love to come see you guys. I maybe get to Canada on Tuesday. My great friend, I've got to thank, obviously, first of all, President Mandela, who's been such a great influence in our country. We have...
The 11th to be played here at Royal Lytham St Annes. The course has once again proved itself a true test of golf, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the club for hosting the championship and for all the help and assistance we have received. The vagaries of the British weather have been particularly challenging this year, and Paul Smith and his team of green staff deserve our fullest praise and congratulations for presenting the course in such magnificent condition. They have done an outstanding job. Our thanks go to the thousands of volunteers whose efforts are so important to the staging of this championship, to the competitors whose skills seem to grow each year, and lastly to you, our spectators, for supporting the players so knowledgeably and courteously, truly in the best traditions of the Open Championship. Thank you all for being here. May I also thank the residents of the properties immediately surrounding the golf course for their patience during what have been very busy weeks before and during the championship. I will now ask Peter Dawson to announce the prize winners and Dr. Howard Dempsey, captain of Royal Lytham St Annes Golf Club, to present the trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, runner-up and winner of the Silver Salver is Adam Scott. And with a score of 273, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is Ernie Els.
Well, first of all, I feel for my buddy Adam Scott. Scotty, you're a great player, great friend of mine. We've had some great battles in the past. I feel very fortunate, and you're going to win many of these. You've got too much talent. Mr. Dawson, RNA, thank you very, very much for an unbelievable week again. The golf course, as always, this is my third time here at Lytham, and the golf course is wonderful. I think I finished, second in '96 and third, and I got this gift today. So RNA and Lytham Golf Club, thank you very much. I had a lot of support this week, but you guys got to ask yourselves the question, were you just being nice to me, or did you actually believe I could win? But it was a great feeling. I really enjoyed myself. My family, I've got such a great team around me. My family, my wife Liesel, you guys are down in London with Ben and Samantha. I'm going to try and come and see you this evening. I'm supposed to go to Canada, but I think I'm going to blow that thing off. I'd love to come see you guys. I maybe get to Canada on Tuesday. My great friend, Yeah, I've got to thank, obviously, first of all, you know, President Mandela, who's been such a great influence in our country. We have been truly blessed to have a man like President Mandela take us through a very difficult time in our country, and everybody now, we can, you know, see the success of the country now, and it's only because of President Mandela. So thank you very much. We've all had opportunity to play this game. In South Africa, we've got great programs where talent keeps coming through. And on the forefront there, my good friend Johan Rupert, you know, he's a great lover of sport, and you know, he's helped me in my career, and he's helped a lot of other people in their career. And then my other guy, my Ricky Roberts, I know he looks 60, but he's only 48. You know? We've had a lot of up and downs, and we're obviously on a great wicket right now. He's a great friend of mine. He's like a brother of mine, and without his help, I could never have done this. I mean, Claude Harmon, Cheryl actually, when I met her, well, I saw her in January, she said we were going to win a major this year. And I said, I thought she was crazy. And here we are right now. So a great team behind me, around me. And you guys, thank you very much. All the South African support, local support, thank you very much. Can't wait to get back.
Ladies and gentlemen, that ends the presentation ceremony. Travel home safely, and we look forward to seeing you next year at Muirfield for the 142nd Open Championship. Thank you very much.
Well, when David Duval won here in 2001, he made a fantastic winner's speech, and emotional stuff too from Ernie Els. Thanking Claude Harmon, son of Butch Harmon, who's been coaching him for the past couple of years, and Dr. Cheryl Calder, who I mentioned before, is the lady who's been helping get his eyes back to top condition, helping his hand-eye coordination. His daughter Samantha, his autistic son Ben, for whom he set up the Ernie Els Autism Foundation, and who's been has provided a significant era in his life. Ernie Els, one of 4 South Africans who won this great championship. Of course, Bobby Locke won it 4 times. He won here at Royal Lytham in 1952. Gary Player won it 3 times, the last of which was here at Royal Lytham St Annes in 1974 with that famous cut off the clubhouse wall. And of course Louis Oosthuizen won it at St Andrews in 2010. Ernie, who won it 10 years ago at Muirfield in 2002, wins it again. It's interesting that in the Open programme they had picked out the significance of the second year of the decade, stretching right back to 1962 when Arnold Palmer won significantly at Troon. Lee Trevino won it in 1972, another great winner. Tom Watson won it in 1982, again at Troon. Nick Faldo at Muirfield famously in 1992, and of course Ernie himself in 2002. Hugely popular win, and surely that must put him into the list of the all-time greats. 4 times a major champion now, twice the Open Championship to go with his 2 US Open wins in 1994 and 1997. more than 60 wins around the world, a truly worldwide golfer. He's always taken his talents all around the world. Was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2011, last year.
Excuse me.
They'll be cracking a few bottles of the famous Els wine down in Herald's Bay, his home near George down in South Africa. Of course, he moved from his home in Wentworth, England, to West Palm Beach in Florida, as much as anything to help his son Ben. At the age of 42, that must feel very good indeed. The Big Easy, well, it certainly wasn't easy today, but he did finish in style. Couldn't find a birdie going out in 36, but he had 4 coming home in 32, and there could have been more. He missed, narrowly missed, so many birdie chances. Now, one of the great South African stalwarts of golf, the honorary life president of the South African PGA, Dennis Hutchinson, will be jumping up and down watching this on television. He also thanked Johan Rupert, who has poured so much time and effort and money into the game down in South Africa. He's always been great help to Ernie. In fact, he's normally got a few words of advice to how he should be swinging better. He runs the Dunhill Championship down at Leopard Creek, his course down in South Africa. And of course, he also has the Dunhill Links Championship later in the year at St Andrews, Carnoustie and Kingsbarns. For 3 days, it was, well, as easy as Lytham gets, really. The wind hardly blew. The much vaunted rough that everyone had been talking about wasn't that big a problem. The fairways were wide enough. People were finding a way to get it round. We saw a couple of rounds of 64, equaling the course record. Adam Scott and Brant Snedeker. We even had a 65 today from Nicholas Colsaerts earlier in the day before, well, the wind was still blowing, but before it started to blow quite strongly. And he's had his chances, of course. He lost to Todd Hamilton in the playoff at Troon in 2004. But there's something about the Lytham air. Second place, the third place, and now the ultimate. And how he'll be looking forward to defending his title at Muirfield, where he started back in 1992 and he won in 2002. Championship that dates right back to 1860, when Willie Park Sr. was the champion at Prestwick. In 1926, it was played here for the first time at Royal Lytham St Annes, when Bobby Jones won the first of consecutive titles he went on to win at St Andrews the following year. As an amateur, he didn't collect the £75 that went to the winner. By 1996, when they played here on a burnt and dusty course when Tom Lehman was the champion, the winner collected £200,000. Next time they came to Lytham, David Duval in 2001 collected £600,000. And now, in 2012, a total purse of £5 million, Ernie Els collects £900,000, but that is as nothing in his mind compared with holding that trophy for a second time. There's more than one. There's one that stays in the clubhouse. Here, Manana in the background there from the Sunshine Tour.
Standing up.
So.
Well done.
Very good.
Come on, you two, quickly. Get in there, guys. Stand up.
Yeah, sure.
One trophy stays in the clubhouse, the other is awarded to the player who gets to keep it for a year, and generally the Open champions travel all around the world with it. I think it came back from Darren Clark just a little bit battered. Had to go to the silversmiths.
Here you go, boys. Come on, Rick. Rick, quick picture. It's very important.
My good friend Ricky Roberts.
Brilliant. Right.
And you can guarantee that that will be filled with something in the not too distant future, and it won't be water.
Just right in the middle. Just make a gap in the middle beside the boss. Yeah, you see what the boss is. Just make a space for him.
Dave Cannon in the foreground organising the photographers, one of the most renowned of golf photographers. Nice shot with all the helpers. Graham McDowell, watching proceedings, came so close at the US Open this year. He had a putt to get into a playoff on the final hole, finishing tied 5th this time. What a day. In a way you hate to see it end the way it did. It was a fantastic performance from Ernie, but so disappointing to see Adam Scott really losing it. I think everyone watching wanted to see that putt go in and have a 4-hole playoff. That's not everyone, the vast majority.
Good Cheryl. Well done, Eddie.
Hey. Well done again, Eddie.
So he's now got many talking duties to perform. He'll be interviewed right, left and centre. It'll be a long time before he gets time on his own. So let's have a last look at the leaderboard just to finally confirm how it all finished. As the flags flutter over Royal Lytham St Annes. Ernie Els, the champion by 1 from Adam Scott. Brand Snedeker and Tiger Woods at 3 under. Graham McDowell and Luke Donald tied 5th. The 18th of July next year, we'll see it all happen again at Muirfield. We can't wait. It really has been a fantastic 140th Open Championship, 141st Open Championship, I should say. It's time for us to say goodbye from the northeast coast of England and Royal Lytham St Annes. Ernie Els is the new Open champion. Goodbye.